Sorry, I forgot to turn on my mic. Hello, hello. I'm here. A bit late. But that's normal for this kind of thing. Anyways, what we're gonna do right now is really quickly generate a new release for OpenCFace GED. Shouldn't be too hard, considering that I've done this a few times before. Yeah, there we go. So we have that. Actually, you know what? Really quickly, since we're generating a new release, I do need to turn this off. So let's turn off the tracker. Stop the tracker. Kill this. So export. Alright, this is always the hardest part for whatever reason, which is bundling. Oh no, my bot's broken as well. At least I think my bot is broken. Or it might not be, I don't know. It's always kind of hard to tell whether or not something is broken when it's based off of like a polling system, right? So technically the bot's only supposed to be able to post to the stream notifications channel at max every 10 minutes. But maybe I should actually bump it up to like 1 hour. But this doesn't make sense, right? Because the last message it posted was at 7:17. Now it's at 7:24, which is the most recent message. So there's something wrong with how it's being able to send messages. That's worrying. Clearly I don't know how my own bot works. It should have worked though. It should have worked. Also, when did I generate these releases? I'm looking at this now. I actually do have 072 releases just ready to go. Have I pushed to this repository recently? That's the WebSocket stuff. I am aware that someone has added a thing. Setup testing, that's fine. When was the last thing? So this is the test stuff. Yeah, this is just the testing stuff. So I don't think I need to do anything. Yeah. I think you want to just send it and see if it works. Hooray. We're sending it, I guess. But in theory, this should be fine. In theory. Let's release 7.2. Yeah, oh, what do you know? I've actually already done this. I think of everything, man. Think of everything, do it once, and then forget I did it. That sounds like me, to be honest. So let's just release this, I guess. Publish. Send it. We have a new notification as well. There's 7.2, which is not quite the master branch, but it's pretty close to whatever's on the master branch. Whatever's on the master branch right now, all that has, I guess that's additional to whatever we have. Hello, Feldy. Hello. I apologize for the double ping if you got double pinged. My bot is having some issues right now. So I'm thinking I'm gonna have to adjust the timer that it runs off of. Or at least adjust its like retry interval. Because clearly it's not. The interval is supposed to be 10 minutes, but it's not. It resends a stream notification after only 3 + 4, 7 minutes. anyways, get announced. At announcements. Wonder actually. I think this should work, but I've never really tested it from like another account. I think this is how roles work, right? So if you're subscribed to announcements, you get pinged. Yeah, I don't have the pings enabled, otherwise there'd be too many of them. Nice. Okay, so for you, it would just show the notification bubble, right? OpenCBase GD 072 hotfix has been released. The primary thing fixed here is link support. Yeah, okay. I think that sounds okay. You can see anyway, since Ren does everyone on his server, which I get any. Yeah. I'm not a huge fan of doing like at here's or dot any or at anyone's or dot at everyone. That's just me. But like at work, I always get pinged when people do like, oh, hello at everyone. Please don't just. I don't need to know. But there's certain groups I need to be in, but then people will do like an at everyone does, you know, here's a really specific question about, you know, networking. Wrong group. Joke notifications at someone, so anyone still remembers that. Maybe you should try pinging at here and see if anyone remembers that. I feel like doing at everyone in a server or at here in a channel is basically the equivalence of doing a reply all. If you're on like a mailing list, someone sends the mailing list a message, and then like they're like, hey, okay, you know, like soliciting ideas, please reply to me if you have any. And then someone forgets to do a reply, single reply, they do a reply all, then all the subsequent emails are just drowned out by like, please don't reply all, but then they're also replying all. First April Fool's joke by the dev team that would ping a random person. Nice. That might be fun. I could implement that. It doesn't sound too hard. Yeah, but this is where we're at. This is where we're at. Now that we're actually working on stuff. Look at this. I don't know why this always opens PowerShell by default as well. Yeah. This is what we got. For the GitHub game off stuff. Look at that. Very Pokemon music. Or not Pokemon music. Very Pokemon-esque movements. Very nice. Learned something new today. USB is bad. USB. I don't know. I've never worked with the USB format. I mean, I've used it, you know, the USB ports and all that, but other than that, I don't really know too much about USB. All right. So let's have boom boom. What do I want to do here? You know, I'm old enough to remember Actually, no, I don't know. I'm old enough to remember when like USB drives, thumb drives, flash drives are also called jump drives. I don't know. It was at the intersection of mini floppies and USB sticks. The USB format, I don't know. Don't know too much about it. Hardware is one place where my knowledge is lacking. And honestly, don't feel too much of a push to learn more about hardware. Just give me the SDK and I'm happy. Speed 2.0. Never ever run over USB 3.0 lines, so if you have 2.0 devices through a 3.0 hub, the hub would still be limited to 2.0 speeds, even if it's plugged into a 3.0 plug. Interesting. I think that makes sense, right? So they're compatible, but they don't get to make use of the other connections. So it'll still work. Yeah, I think that makes sense. That makes sense. I think if you needed if you needed faster write speeds, then you would, or I guess write speed isn't one of the huge concerns if you're using USB, right? If you needed write speed, you would, I don't know, like use a different kind of connector, probably one that's optimized for like hard drives and stuff, right? Overall unit. So how would I do this? So this is your overworld unit. I wonder if I should make it toggleable. So all overworld units would have, so this is your player overworld unit. Looks exactly the same, but it has a slightly different script. Whereas overworld units, just has one of these overworld unit stuff. So overworld unit just kind of figures out or handles animations and also just movements. Move to position. Issue is mostly when you have many cameras or video input devices. Assuming you have 2 cameras maxing out at 450 megabits on one hub. A 3.0 hub would easily be able to do over the 5 gigabit USB 3 lines, but since it only uses the 2.0 lines, it bottlenecks. Interesting. Yeah. I don't know. 2 cameras? And you're running... Oh, okay, yeah. So if you're running it through a USB hub, and your USB hub is plugged in via a USB 2.0 port, is that what you're saying? Then you get bottlenecked by the 2.0 port? Or is your USB 3 hub plugged in to a USB 3 port, but your cameras are USB 2? Sounds like a very confusing change. Cameras are 2. Okay. Wait. So your cameras are the things getting bottlenecked, but right? Your cameras are the things getting bottlenecked. So the bottleneck exists between the camera and the port, not the port and the rest of your computer. I won't touch the 3.0 capability to route 2.0. Sounds like a hardware problem. Let's see, player overworld unit. I guess I'm trying to figure out whether or not I want to do random overworld battles. So random battles in like this kind of context. I guess it would be more Pokemon-esque. I also kind of like how you can kind of glide. Like that. You can kind of moonwalk if you turn around. Mid-tween. I need to figure out a better way of walking diagonally as well. Like, I like being able to walk diagonals, even though that's something that you wouldn't normally be able to do in the Game Boy era. But I don't know. Maybe I'll take it out, because it is kind of jank. Because the movement isn't as expected. Moving diagonals actually moves your cursor out like that. Whereas moving just straight left and right is closer to movement like this, just right in front of you. Where diagonals is actually adding a few more squares. So spec problem, the specification says that is how to do it? Well, it is an old spec, right? So at this point, you kind of just have to hope to, I guess, either have more USB hubs, right? Or USB ports, or just buy newer equipment for head. Man. Alright, so here's what I think I should do, which is add a Raycast. So we'll Raycast out. So here's a Raycast 2D. I guess we'll just face downwards by default, and then we can make this configurable via something, right? So we enable the Raycast by default. Collide with bodies. Oh, we don't have any body to collide with. Collides with areas. And then we're looking for, probably, we'll put the collision mask for 2. We'll put 2 as being the player collision mask, or I guess the unit collision mask. So add an area to D. Actually, I suppose units wouldn't need to have this. Maybe they would. I don't know. So if I change this from a node 2D to a kinematic body 2D, then it would really simplify a lot of this stuff. I'm trying to think. There's a solution which is pure unobtainium, or costs $200 per port, which would solve the problem by translating USB 2 to USB 3. Ooh. Unobtainium. I see that you're a fan of the Avatar franchise. Isn't that what they called it in Avatar? That really old movie that was really cool back in the day. I think I watched it in the theaters, and then I saw it again on like in IMAX. And I was like, wow. Like, the story sucks, but like, I'm into these graphics though. Let's see. Yeah, I think I'm just gonna use an area 2D. So this is just the collision. And then collision shape. Yeah, I don't really use USB hubs too often. The only hub that I use is the one that's kind of like pre-attached to my monitor. So I'm not sure if that's like super degenerate or not. It does sometimes cause problems since that's where my keyboard is plugged in. So if my monitor ever kind of like, it doesn't usually freeze because it's a nice monitor, but sometimes it'll just kind of lose track of what is connected to it. It won't lose input, but it'll be like a rapid disconnect, reconnect. Fast enough that I've never noticed it, but it'll hit me with a device undetected. Do, 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 do. No dropped inputs though, so it's kind of weird. Watching cinema when it came out, it became a default word for tech nerds whenever you can't buy something easily. Oh yeah. I wonder if it existed before Avatar. I don't remember anyone ever saying unobtainium until Avatar came out though. So I wonder if that's fair to say that it's invented the word. It's just like a weird science word. Let's see. I guess this is just Area 2D, right? This is our own collider. This is our Raycast collider. I don't know what I want to call it. But we have it now. According to Wikipedia, it was first seen in the 1950s. I don't know. I don't know if I ever really trust any of that kind of research, right? Because if you go into like Google Trends or whatever, right? Isn't like the term "owo" was used back in like the 1600s? It's like, I don't know. Notices ye old bulge, owo. I think that's unlikely. Although maybe not. Maybe there were furries back in the 1600s. Or whenever some of those more meme words came out. This is just Area 2D. Then public. I don't think there's a reason why this would need to be exposed, but we're going to expose it. Area 2D. None of that. So there's your area protected. Let's see, Raycast 2D. Raycast 2D. Oh, you know, at work today, actually, I was given a kind of a weird task, which is comparing nested or dictionaries that contain nested lists that contain nested dictionaries. I was thinking that in Python at least, right, which is the language that I'm working in, it'd be pretty easy since it's a modern version of Python, so you could just do like a basic, you know, equal comparator. It's actually a source where scientists use the word whenever they need a material with impossible properties. Oh, okay. Nice. Unobtainium. I guess it is kind of a classic word then. Just like my real name is like it's not quite a classic name. It's getting there though, it's very unpopular. Good to know though, 1950s. Wasn't the Avatar movie. You know, BTFO, James Cameron, etc., etc. But yeah, did you know that just comparing two dictionaries in Python, in a modern version of Python, very easy, very easy. Comparing two lists in Python, somewhat difficult for whatever reason. And then comparing dictionaries that contain lists that contain more dictionaries, very difficult. Who would have known? Who would have known? Well, it's very difficult, especially if you're not allowed to pull in external dependencies. Or you can, but you need to have a good reason to, which is kind of where I'm at. It's like, it's not hard. It's also not quite an easy task. Dictionaries easy to compare. Lists hard to compare because whenever you discover a list, you need to like find the overlaps and then compare them. But then since those lists also just contain more dictionaries, so you need to do this recursively. Oh god. What a pain. I didn't realize how hard this was. And like the previous person who tried to do it just used like a really weird implementation where they like created an iterator over the dictionary, but then whenever you run into a list, it kind of it does like a map reduce function and then continues on, but I feel like something's wrong there. But maybe it's just me being small brain and not understanding map reduce. It's probably me being small brain and not understanding map reduce. Not known for my prodigious brain size. Alright, so that's good. Right. So as long as your current point in time is free. As long as, this is your movement. Okay, so this is your movement. Global position, move toward. I don't actually know. So this is your area 2D. This exists on layer 1 and layer 2. And then your Raycast looks for things on layer 2. And of course, well, I guess that's okay, right? So this is like your tile. This is your tile area. We'll call it the tile area. And then this is your tile Raycast, just to make it a bit more unique. So this is your tile area. Hit it with one of these, and then uppercase tile area. How nice. And this is your tile Raycast. Oh, put it back. Tile Raycast. But yeah, what was I talking about? Comparing dictionaries containing lists containing more dictionaries. Yeah. I don't really have an update. It's more like I'm still working on it. And I'm going to work on this after the stream as well. Because it is a surprisingly difficult task. I was surprised. Not as smart as I thought I was. I thought it'd be really easy, or I thought it was like kind of a waste of time. Because I could have sworn that Python kind of just figures it out for you. But as it turns out, it doesn't. At least in terms of lists. Right, because if you have... I don't think you can sort a list of dictionaries properly. It's kind of hard to sort a list of dictionaries, which is one of the requirements for, like, I guess, comparing two lists that may or may not be similar, which is tough. So do tile area, tile Raycast. And so I feel like I should Raycast, or I should at least listen to the Raycast whenever we are starting to move to a new position. So this Raycast needs to, I guess we could just rotate it. That would be the easiest thing to do, is just rotate the Raycast like that. Something else we could do is just change the cast to destination point, depending on which direction we're trying to move in. So we would do something like this. So this is tile Raycast dot cast to would be let me see. And I'm trying to make it so you don't accidentally bump into somebody. Or I guess, how does Pokemon do it? How does Pokemon do it? So Pokemon, what you would do is just check to see if anyone is, I guess, occupying that point. Like it does, so Pokemon doesn't really work off of a Raycast system, right? I don't think it does. Yeah, I don't think Pokemon actually works up a Raycast ID. I think they just track each position. Well, maybe their, I guess their visibility areas work up a Raycast, maybe. Maybe they don't. Speaking as someone who has never actually dove too far into Pokemon code. Sorry, was kind of blowing my nose away from the camera. Even though I know you can't see me, my mic is right in front of my camera as well. Maybe I don't want to raycast. Maybe I just want to make it so this thing, convert tile position to global, so I can. So I have a big handler somewhere that prevents 2 units from being on the same tile, as opposed to doing it via raycast, because raycasting, especially with diagonal movement, is a bit confusing. Perhaps. Or I can still get the angle of wherever we're moving towards, right? So cast 2. Yeah. We could always do this. This might be a bit easier. So we do rotate. Can't I do like a rotate towards? Rotates. So applies a rotation to this node in radians starting from its current position. Probably not. Rotation in radians relative to the node's parent. I don't know. What? What do we got? Global rotation. I think it's just regular rotation, right? Not global rotation, although global rotation would also work since we're modifying our global position. All right, let's do global rotation, and then we'll do it in radians since we're just huge nerds apparently. So we want to do our global position, angle to, given this thing, move to position, right? And then we can check the raycast to see if there's just something there. But then the hard part is, so when you have this raycast enabled, right? So if we turn on visual collision shapes, then we'll have the arrow visible as well. Okay, so we crashed. That's good. What happened? Specified cast was not valid. Where? Here. Node extensions, overworld unit, and ready. So 38. Did I accidentally cast something improperly? So this is a... Oh. Okay, this is not tile raycast. This is tile area. My bad. Tile area. Ooh. Oh, that's a bit... that's a bit wonky. I like looking at it. It's like a... I don't really know how that works, actually. What's going on with that? So it should be your global position. So it's your global position, angle to your move to position, and then maybe it's your move to position, angle to your global position. Maybe I need to do it in the other way around, right? So we'll do our move to position, and then this gets recalculated, right? Angle to global position. And I'm hoping this does like the arctangent stuff for me, but maybe it doesn't. And then maybe I actually need to do like hit it with a cheeky arctangent. I probably do. Move to position is your tile position to your global. Yeah, you know what? Let's just hit it with an arctangent and see where that takes us. So this will be GD, or what is it? It's just math. I think math F. So this is Godot's math functions. So it's arctan 2. Use it to get the angle of the tangent of y coordinate comes first. I think it is this, but we want to pre-calculate that vector, right? That's based on our movement vector. So var movement vector is equal to move to position minus global position. And then we'll do movement vector y, movement vector x. And so that should be the correct rotation, question mark. What is this? This gives me something in radians. Returns the arctangent of y and x in radians. Okay, sick. Ooh. Not quite. It's rotated improperly. So I need to rotate this by... Wait. So rotate it... This is 0. This is 16. No, this is negative 16. Did that improperly. It's negative 16. Right. No, hold on. Now it's just backwards, so it needs to be positive 16. Okay, there we go. It looks a bit off to me, but I guess it is at least pointing at the correct place where you should be going. Yeah. And then it will just reset afterwards. Maybe I should... I don't know. I feel like I always want to be facing down, but maybe I don't. Move towards... So whenever you're not at your current tile, maybe I should enable the Raycast very briefly, or maybe I just need access to the global space of other units. Or maybe I should set the Raycast here, just based on which direction you're facing, as opposed to just doing it based off your movements, or as opposed to recalculating it every single physics frame. I should actually I should just set your global rotation based off of one of these values instead, because that's a bit easier, right? So we can just we can pre-calculate a lot of this stuff. And by pre-calculate a lot of this stuff, I mean pre-calculate a very small amount of this stuff. So this will be protected. I guess it'd be, yeah. Make it a private read only. This will be pi over So I have access to 2pi, or in regular pi. Now we just want half a quarter rotation. Private read-only constant. Or I guess it can't be a constant, right? If it's a read-only variable. Private read-only floats. So this is a quarter rotation, which is equal to, is pi math? Okay, so we'll do math. You got pi, yes. Math.pi divided by 2, f. What's your problem? Cannot implicitly convert type double to floats. All right, well, we can use Godot's pi. I believe Godot just gives me, all right, maybe you don't. Pi, okay. Godot's comes as a float. That's all right. So that's your quarter rotation. And of course, your half rotation is read only. I don't know if this is a good idea or not. 3/4 rotation is equal to math f pi times 3 divided by 2. Right. 3 pi over 2 is 3/4 rotation. Yes. Because 4 pi over 2 is a full rotation. Yes. Because 2 pi, full rotation. Yes. And then this is in the process function. So we can just, I guess we can just switch here, right? Yeah. So switch facing direction. Boom, boom. So it'll be tile raycast. Global rotation is equal to pi quarter rotation, I guess. I don't know if this is the best way to do it. I think the best way to do this would unfortunately be another switch statement right after this. So switch on facing directions. So case facing directions north would be tile raycast. Global rotation is equal to just a quarter rotation. Yeah. What am I doing? Case facing directions south, and that'll be equal to 3/4 rotation. Oh, gotta remember, hit it with a break statement. Hit it with a break statement. So then east and west. So east, this one's fairly easy, right? Because this is just 0. And then the final one, facing directions west. This one is just regular pi. So math f. It's regular pi, yeah. Break. How nice. And then there is no default. Well, I guess the default case would be south, right? Case. Well, can I just insert default wherever I want? I think I can. Yeah. There we go. So now we don't even need to recalculate every single physics frame. Now it should just work, I think. Yeah, well, I think I've got this slightly wrong. Alright, I got this turned around, unfortunately. So north and south. Wait, what? I wonder. So left and right, yes, that makes sense. But north and south are flipped. Now, let me see. If we're facing north, then our global rotation is equal to a quarter rotation. A quarter rotation, I've set equal to pi over 2. Unit circle goes from 3 o'clock to 12 o'clock to 9 to 6 o'clock. Do I have this set up wrong? Alright, so facing directions north. Right, so north goes to move north, idle north, etc. What are your animations looking like? So this is your idle. Yeah, no, these are all correct. Is it setting the global rotation just backwards? Question mark? That doesn't seem right. I mean, this shouldn't work, but maybe I'm stupid. Maybe turns out I'm stupid. Yeah, I mean, that's okay. And then that's more of like your talk area. I think how I'm going to do, yeah, so all units will have this. So if you are able to hit someone with your Raycast, and also we can make it a slightly smaller Raycast as well, so that you kind of have to be just like right there. So 9, maybe even 8. I wonder, where does this actually Raycast to? Destination point relative to the position? Should be 8, right? Yeah. And that's when you can talk to other units. Okay. I think that's okay. Should probably make this an abstract class at some point, but we'll get to it. Let's have entities, units, so overworld unit. Oh, and also I need to update this. So player unit, update that just with inside Godot, so it's stored. So overworld unit. So this is like NPC overworld unit. So there's a player and then there's NPCs. We'll probably just do it as random encounters for now. And now with this, I'll have to figure out how I want to do I guess layouts, right? So I think there's a few things I can do here as well. Right, so I'm trying to think. So I can give every single unit a reference to this tile map as opposed to trying to mix this stuff between each unit, or I guess between the actual screen container and the unit. I think that makes sense at this point. Yeah, I was trying to do it in a non-Godot way, but I'm constantly gravitating back towards like an entity component style pattern as opposed to whatever the heck I was trying to do. All right, so let's do that. So everything should have a tile map as well. So pretty. So this will just be public tile map. So they'll have a reference to a tile map, right? So get, set, and that's it. Of course, the screen will be in charge of adding new units or whatever, but I think that's fine. For each, this will be some sort of overworld units, unit in units, hey, units.getChildren, child run, there we go. We'll do units tile map is equal to where the heck we have. Yeah, so we'll move a bunch of this stuff over. Yeah. And this just simplifies my life a lot. And then we'll have the protected tile map, lowercase tile map. Nice. So get returns lowercase tile map, and then this one set is equal to, wait, how do you do sets? Tile map is equal to value. One of those? Yeah. Tile map is equal to tile map. Then process, I need to move this function into overworld unit. So the overworld unit will just calculate its own tile position via the main screen's tile map. We can make it public. So vector2, convert tile position to global. So tile position. I do realize that I'm just typing this out again. That's okay. Just to make sure I'm not missing anything. It's a very short thing to type out as well. Oh, okay, yeah, see. I would need to calculate the half tile map cell size, or the tile map half cell size. I think at this point, what is this even used for? Set map position for. Yeah, I guess it doesn't need to be recalculated, right? Public vector2 tile map half cell size. So I can just give that to the unit as well. So minus tile map half cell size. There we go. So there's a few things that we do for each unit. Units dot tile map half cell size equal to our own tile map half cell size. So I do need this thing, the main screen, to still be able to I guess have access to all these functions. It's really only like for the purposes of moving this function here, which is recalculating the move to position. I think that's pretty much it, right? So here we'll do units. No, our own move to position. Actually, what is our move to position? And why do I keep using the accessor? Okay, well that's fine. Move to position is equal to convert tile position to global tile position. Yeah. Okay. I think that's fine. Yeah, I feel like if you have a property in C# that is both a get and set, there's not really a lot of reason to have the I guess the backing field. So properties and fields are slightly different. I'm still trying to wrap my head around them myself, but the approach I usually go for is, you know, if you just want to have a getter, then you should have a backing field as well. But if your property has getters and setters, you might as well just have the one, because it doesn't make a huge difference. The tile map. I am shadowing, by the way, the built-in tile map class, but that's okay. Okay, so boom, boom, go to test screen. Comment this out. We don't need that anymore. All right, so now what I'm thinking here is that I'll probably take out this background thing, right? Because this looks kind of bad. Replace it with the tile sets. And then also each unit on ready. I guess I'll have like an on ready, or I guess like a post ready kind of connection. So whenever they get, whenever the tile map is set, right? Because the way that the hierarchy goes is that it'll go units up to test screen. So once all the units are ready, then test screen will start running its ready function as well. And that's where we start having to do a few, I guess, workarounds, right? So having to do a few workarounds. So, I guess we have almost like a post ready kind of thing. Because what I want to do is be able to just kind of place units wherever I want. So I don't have to use this syntax anymore. Set map position for, you know, some vector to value. Instead, I can do it in the more visual way. I'll just place them on here. It won't be pixel, or it won't be like, it won't even map to the tile position very well. But then I can do this function right here, set map position for. So or not really set map position for, but we convert the global position to a tile position, and then convert it back to a global position. So we kind of wiggle our way into you know, lining up with the tile map. I think that makes sense, but first of all, let's do this. Unable to write. Oh, that's good. What happened? Object reference not set to an instance of an object. 142, 135. Okay, so 142, 142. What happened? Oh, that's tough. So we don't have a tile map just yet. All right, so hold on. We can put a yield in here. So I think this is, we would have to make this like an async ready function. So await, nope, await to signal. Which would imply that I also need a reference to the test screen class as well, which is a little tough. because that also means I won't be able to add new units at runtime. Yeah. So that's where one of the downsides of this design kind of comes from, is the fact that instead of doing everything in just kind of one flat dependency, now I need to work within the scene tree. What a pain. So what I could do is, what I could do I could define a Godot signal on overworld unit. Okay, so bear with me here. So we have one of these, public delegate void, and we'll make it a signal. Trying kind of hard to avoid using too many events or C# events where they're not super warranted. So we have a public delegate void. So I guess it's like post ready. That's what we'll call it. I don't know if that's a good idea or not. And then there's no message. Am I allowed to do that? No message. And this is a signal, right? So there it is, and then we can just wait for our own signal. So we'll do like an await. What's a signal awaiter? I'm not familiar with this class, which is a type. Hey. What is this? It's a public class that extends interface awaiter, which I'm not sure where this comes from, but sure. Oh, IOwaiter is probably like a C# assembly, right? Okay, cool. Await to signal. It'll be our own signal. So this. And then our signal is called post ready. And then this needs to be an async function. Yeah, there we go. And so whenever a new unit is added to the scene, yeah, we'll need to do... Oh, that's tough. So let's start changing things now so we won't lose our minds. So do that. We'll do units dot emit signal post ready. It's a bit weird. It's a bit weird. It's a bit funky, but it will work. And then the only problem after this is that whenever we want to dynamically add a new unit to the screen, we'll need to, do the entire add child kind of thing, but also remember to call emit signal post ready on them. Otherwise they will, I guess they'll just be blocked. Well, they won't be ready. Actually, I don't remember how that works. I don't actually remember how that works. I feel like that should be fine, but maybe it won't. I think units do, I think nodes have to be ready before they actually run. Maybe not. No, I'm a liar. Object reference not set to an instance of an object. So at 4D. Wait, where was that? Test screen 40. Oh, right. Actually, that should be fine then. If we just move it back to where it was, right? Should probably be fine. So we start it here. We should be able to hit, yeah, okay. Object reference not set to an instance of an object. Right, and then our Stack trace looks like that. That's a pain. So that's why I was trying to keep everything in just one place. But that's not super possible. I think this is still okay. So let's take out this stuff. We're going back to how we used to have it. So get rid of all this. Don't even need to have this signal. Like, we could just block the ready function, I guess. But we're not going to. Alright, so now we have units. Whatever. Yeah. Like so. Bring back this for each. Alright. So that should be okay. There is your ready function. Blah, blah. Oh, I guess we do need to bring back some of the rotation stuff. Bring me back. So we still want to have the rotation stuff. That's not dependent on having a tile map. Let's see. Yeah, that should be okay. Let's give it a try. Yeah, okay. So we'll just recalculate it like that. That's fine. It makes it easier to figure out how things work. Or I guess now we're mixing logic, which is unfortunate. But I can't really think of a better way to do it. Other than, right, because if I moved all of the logic to the units, like the movement logic to the units, that would make it slightly more difficult to, well, you lose one of the advantages of having a visual editor, right? Which is I won't be able to place them visually. I have to spawn them all via code, which is good in some ways. It's also bad in other ways. There's ways around it as well. So you could have something like a, like a spawn point instead. And so these spawn points are activated by the test screen. And so you still get the benefit of placing things visually. I don't know. We'll figure that out when the time comes. But anyways, let's start placing things here. So units, NPC overworld unit. I don't think I pressed the right button. NPC overworld unit. We'll place you, like, I don't know. Where's the tile map? So how do I convert your global position to your tile position and then back to a global position? It's basically the reverse of convert tile position to global. So this will be public vector to convert global position to tile. Global pause. So this is roughly tile, no, not this one, tile map. Let's see, world to map. So world to map returns the tile map grid-based coordinates. Yeah, okay. Actually, that's okay, right? Yeah, it's just world to map. So I don't need to wrap this. Instead, what we would do is we do like a for each overworld unit in units get children. Child. I can't spell. Get children. Then we'll do units dot global position, and these are already set up, so that's okay. Then we'll hit it with a convert tile position to global, and then to get the tile position, we'll do tile map. Wait, maybe I do need to have this tile map world to, no, this is fine. World to map units dot global position. Yes, that's correct, right? And I only need to do this once. Everything else can probably be done via the unit to global position, and it should be, well, I don't know. Maybe that's okay. Let's just kind of assume it'll be okay. Ooh, look at them go. All right, so they all kind of squeak over to vector 2, 0. And that's because their tile position is equal to, oh, okay, I see. So I need to do this first. It would be units dot tile position. So whenever we initialize, we do need to set their tile position first. So world to map unit global position. And then we can do world to map. Hold on, wait. 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 Yes. No. Yes. Maybe. It'll be unit tile position. Yes. I think that makes sense. So, luckily I have my handy dandy just tile position helper here to let me know. So you are, yeah, that looks right. This looks right, okay. I can just walk through them right now and they all look the same as well. We can kind of mess with how they look. Look at that. It's just a color rect stretched to the entire screen that applies a shader. So if I hide the collision stuff, if I hide the collision shapes, you won't be able, or you will be able to see the actual switch. Look at that. So I don't know when I'm going to use this, but I like the idea of having one of these. So I'm thinking that if you cannot, how do I want to do this, man? How do I want to do this? I can probably do something in process whenever I calculate the move to position. Whenever I calculate the move to position, I can check against all other units to see if you would be running into them. So I can store, what I would want to have is a, oh no. Oh no. But I want like a map, like a hash map. That doesn't sound correct. Would you, that doesn't sound correct. Like you wouldn't want to just check to see like, oh, is there anything in this specific spots? Maybe you would, maybe you would. And then later you'll just clear out that key. Maybe that does make sense. It doesn't feel right though, I can say that 100% sure. So we'll have Is it called a hash map? What are they called in C#? Using system, collections, generic. Give me a hash map. Very Java. Hash set. What is a hash set? Is a hash set a hash map? Represents a set of values. What is the C# equivalent of a hash map? C# hash map. Or is that like a dictionary? Dictionary is probably the closest. Oh baby. Godot also has a dictionary, but we're going to be using the C# one. But there's actually a source. Isn't that what you posted that before? Or am I having a stroke? Feldy. Have a free jump, I guess. Do you like type out your responses in like a separate thing? Fell on my keyboard. Oh baby. I don't really know how that works, but I'll trust that I'll trust that makes sense, but maybe I don't know. So dictionary of overworld units. Vector 2 is the overworld units. I don't know if this makes sense, but that's probably okay. Unit positions is equal to, when you press up, arrow up, the last message appears in the chat input, does it? Not for me. Or maybe it's because I don't, well, doesn't what's FFZ? Oh, that's the Franker Z thing, isn't it? Franker Z extension written by that one person. Franker Face Z. Yeah, it's written by that one person who did who did another popular Twitch thing as well, I think. I don't know. Franker Face Z. Franker Face Z. Yeah, who wrote this? Who wrote this? I feel like I've seen them before. Yeah, Dan Salvato. Yeah, Dan Salvato of Doki Doki Literature Club fame also wrote Franker Face Z. Yeah, I thought that was weird. Yeah, because I remember I was looking at his Twitter account, just reading some of his tweets, and I was like, wait, he made Franker Face Z? That's crazy. I don't use that. I try not to use too many extensions. I think I used to be more about using a bunch of, you know, browser extensions and whatever. But once you start installing one extension after another, you start to really build up a bunch of extensions. So it's kind of painful. All right, this is our dictionary. So what methods do we have here? What methods do we have here on dictionary? So unit positions, am I able to clear? Or I'm able to remove a key. Yeah, I can remove a key. I feel like I don't want to do that though. I feel like I will just kind of like slowly build up like a bigger and bigger amounts of indices. I feel like this is the wrong solution to whatever I'm doing, right? Like this is what I have so far, right? And so everything is like there's no collision, right? Everything is a tile wide, so you're able to, I guess, slide past diagonally, which is intentional. But you cannot move onto their tile, which I like. So how do I do this? So the easiest thing I can think of though is to just cache all the unit positions, and then whenever you move to a new position, we iterate over in process. Check to see if anything is on that current tile, and if not, we kind of like reject your movement and bring you back to, I guess, your previous tile position. Because your move to position is calculated by your screen. So I think this also means I need to store the previous tile position as well, so that we can reject your movement option. Yeah. That probably makes sense. Vector to previous tile position. So we can roll back if we want. Get set. Previous tile position also vector to 0. Yeah, vector to 0, I guess. Right. And then based off of the controls that we implement, so, or I guess here it would be, yeah, I can't think of anything better, but besides like using like a real collision thing, but I don't want to use real collision. I just want to store positions like that. I also don't want to iterate over every single possible unit though, because that sounds like a bad solution. Although I'm pretty sure that would work. Because we're already iterating over all possible positions. And I think, of course, there will be like a hierarchy. So the player will always have their input validated first, and then all the other units will have their input validated second. Yeah, I think that makes sense. So actually, we can just have entities be, well, we can just do it like this, right? So there's just the units, and then there's entities, and we'll just have the player be separate. So player overworld unit, welcome. You can be here. And then we'll just kind of figure out where you should go. How does this work, actually? So let's stop doing that. We'll run it via this and see what happens. Where does this place you? Oop. Oop. Any errors? No? So that should be the correct script. That is player overworld unit, right? So we go here. What script is attached? Player overworld unit CS. It doesn't need to be... Oh, actually it does, right? So we can do like this. So player is equal to get node player overworld unit. We grab this position from here. And then we'll run the same things. So player dot tile position is equal to tile map world to map player global position. So that shouldn't make a difference, actually. Now I'm thinking about it, I still should have been able to like action, right? Still should have been able to move. So I run it like this. Set map position for, not necessary. Yeah. So if I go to player overworld units, you can see here, There's a breakpoint at up. We can see here, up. Wow. So we're catching it, but because I've placed it in such a way that it's impossible to figure out where we are. Yeah, I wonder. So there is the remote debugger here as well. So we can just, we don't even need a breakpoint. We can just look. So our position is 0, but none of these are actually exposed because they are, or I guess none of the variables are exposed. Yeah, that's a problem. Ha ha ha. Set a breakpoint. Press up. Then I can look at this. How neat. Yeah, and then we can set like the watch variable to like tile position or whatever. Oh, you know what? We're not moving. We're not moving because we need to do this. I forgot. So player dot move to position is equal to convert tile position to global unit tile. Spelled it wrong. Player dot tile position. Hey. Wait, did I not implement? Wait, where was I typing before? What the heck? Didn't I type out, you know, player is equal to get node? Hey? Was I typing in the wrong place? What? Am I crazy? I might be crazy. I thought I typed that out. Maybe I didn't. Raise my hands above my head. No pain in my my shoulders. Don't smell burnt toast. I'm not having a stroke. I don't know. That was weird. Just like a extraordinary sense of deja vu. Player overworld unit. Excuse me. Very sneezy today. Alright, so we need to do all of this. So set map position for. I wonder if this is actually what we want. So set map position for. So we'll do player, right? Tile position is equal to our tile map, world to map, player, global position, and then we'll do set map position for player. Player, and then player dot tile position. And then similarly for the units we'll do, I guess that is the wrapper, right? Set map position for unit, and then unit tile position. Yeah. Okay, cool. Alright, so now we just need to add the check for other units. So this way we can ensure that the player is always processed first, and then all the other units, which don't really matter. So we do need to cache each unit position within here, unit positions. So we'll do set map position 4. I think we can probably do it in set map position 4, right? Or we should probably have a difference function, I guess. So this is like directly setting the map position. Let's add a doc string. Oh baby. So immediately set map position for a node. For a node 2D. The node 2D to modify. I love writing documentation. It makes me feel so productive. The tile position. Look at that. Look at that. It's beautiful. Alright, so public. What do we want to do here? I guess it's like update unit position. Update stored unit position. So void update stored unit position. So this will be... Oh, maybe it should be like a true or false, right? So have it return a bool. And then we don't even care about the unit that's there. All we care about is, I guess, whether or not it's currently occupied, right? Yeah, I think that probably makes sense. So we can have this just be a bool. So it's a vector2 to bool. So update stored unit position. So this will be some sort of vector2, which is the position, of course. So oh, and then we'll also need to have the old position as well. So there's the new position and the old position, right? So they'll have the old POS, vector2, new pos. So if unit positions try get value. What is this? Gets the value associated with the specified key. What does that do? Output value. I don't know. Contains key. What does try get value do? Is that actually just a try catch? Like I need to provide a boolean into it because that's the output parameter. And then it stores whether or not it was a success or not. But I don't care if it's a success. Is remove null safe? I guess it is. Don't want to clear it. Gets or sets the value associated with the specified key. Okay, well we can do if unit positions contains key. Then we'll do contains key, new position. Or yeah. Return false. Else we'll do unit positions, new position is equal to true. And then we'll do unit positions remove old position, I guess. Maybe that's okay. Maybe that's okay. Or maybe we... I don't know. I don't know. I feel like that makes sense, but... Well, think about it. Anyways, I'll be right back. I'm gonna refill my drink. He's a long boy. Alright. So update stored unit position. So if it contains the key, blah. I'm not a huge fan of this. I'm not a huge fan of it. But we'll make it work. We'll make it work. Because I think the tile map is also almost infinitely large. I think. So removes the value with a specified key, returns true if the element is found and removed, otherwise false. It returns false if a key is not found. Okay. Okay, well, that's okay. So update stored unit positions. So before we do any movement, we'll do update stored unit position, player dot tile position. Or I guess if update stored unit position, then we'll actually do the movement. And this is also Python way of formatting this. So if this, so there's no argument given that corresponds to the required formal parameter new position. Oh, okay, so this is the player previous tile position. Yeah. And then here in this debouncer here, if we do updates our tile position, then we'll do previous tile position is equal to tile position. Look at that. And then the new tile position is equal to whatever the plus equals intended movement is. Yeah. Then we'll do the same for this. So if update stored, if update stored unit position, which will be units previous tile position, units just regular tile position, one of these. So that should work, maybe. And then it won't let me do this. Or maybe it will. Okay, it will. Interesting. Alright, so there's a bug. So if I guess I just need to define an else, right? Basically, for both of these. So it'll be else player dot tile position is equal to their player dot previous tile position. So just reverse it, and then we'll need to do it twice for both, but that's because I want to process player before all the other units. So in this case, it's all right. Tile position is equal to unit previous tile position. Yeah. So this way. Oh. Oh, now we're stuck. Okay. Unit tile position. Okay, so I do need to set their tile positions as well. Set map position for, set map position. Immediately set map position for node 2D. So we should also do update stored unit position to be, I guess, just vector to 0. Hello. Hello. Great gamer gal. How are you doing today? I've released, I recognize your name. I'm assuming that you're the same person from the Discord. Almost said GitHub. You're the same person from the Discord. I did release a new OpenSea Face GD version. Doing alright, how are you doing? Doing alright, doing alright. Could be worse. Which is always my golden standard. As long as we're not rock bottom, can't be too bad. Yeah, so this is OpenSea Face GD 7.2, which is the one I'm running right now, but you can see that I'm usually run Windows. But hopefully it should be okay working on Linux. If you need me to run through, I guess, how you would do that, running everything manually, I could kind of do that, hopefully. Actually, never mind, I don't think I can do that. I have the scripts, I know what to do, I just don't, I won't be able to execute it on Windows. The latest version is still crashing for me, but I'm willing to assume I've done something wrong. I got it to work for master. Oh, no. Really? Did I export it wrong? It's possible I've exported it wrong. That's what I get for not actually testing the release. I'm sorry. I'm lazy. Yeah, the export process is kind of a pain. Mostly because I'm bad. I basically refuse to automate any of the release process, right? I'm glad that you got it working from the master branch. So, I mean, whatever's on the master branch shouldn't have any effect on anything. Because the latest commit was just some changes to, no, which changes to like the test harness. Global position, vector 2, set map position for, unit tile position, But yeah, if you want to compile a, I'm not sure if you saw this message or read that far back, but if you want to compile a, I guess, a release version, even though none of my recent release versions have really been working, you gotta believe me, it used to work. So, one, you'll want to ignore pretty much all of these names. I don't know why I didn't change the name properly. Actually, wait. Nah, that should be fine. Maybe I'm dumb. This should be fine. It is compiled on Fedora 33, Fedora 32, the Linux one. I forget how old this is. But you'll want to download this. Ignore the name. The name is a lie. I just didn't change it for whatever reason. And then in Godot, you'll go to Project, Exports, add your presets. So it'll be Linux X11, and then there will be a, let me just show you what it looks like, I guess. Usually you wouldn't need to do this, but I've just been failing at creating Linux exports for whatever reason. Fedora 33 is about a year old. Is it? I don't know. I was on Fedora 29 until like a few months ago, so I don't know. Yeah, so this is what it'll look like, by the way. So you'll add the Linux X11 exports, because I think Godot should run on OpenBSD and FreeBSD. As long as you're running X11 as the display server. Point the release thingy at whatever the heck the release binary is. And then just export all. So I do a very specific type. Oh, you know what? That's probably it. As I broke something here. Yeah, drop down elements. That's why. That's why the Linux thing doesn't work. I forgot something. What a pain, dude. I forgot a thing. All right, that's okay. You know what? Let's do this right now. Now that I know that the Linux build doesn't actually work. So, boom, boom, boom. Here's Goot. We don't need Goot. We're not including it. Actually, does the Windows build work? The Windows one should be fine because I'm running the Windows one right now. Tests, we don't need it. Utils, actually, to utils, we add everything. So let's do the Linux one really quick. Go to exports. Let's just do this live. So this is my export process, by the way. It's entirely manual. Create a Linux folder, save it here, open cface gd, x86_64. Feel the computer kind of chug. A bit more than half a year when counting when 34 came out, but 33 came out a year ago. Nice. Yeah, like I don't really bother keeping my, I guess, Linux installations up to date. Or at least my work Linux installations up to date, right? Because I'm on long-term projects, even though I'm a consultant. So it's kind of doesn't really make a lot of sense. Let's see, resources, boom. Drop this into the Linux folder and then go back to dev, grab OpenCface. Yeah, but like, because one, I'm on long-term projects, so it's kind of bad practice to update your dev environment while you're working on a task. And then two is that, like, I don't even use the Linux environment for development purposes at work because I use a Windows VDI, which then SSHs into another Linux environment, which is hilarious. So we're 2 layers deep. Gotta love that. Also, by the way, OpenCface. Yeah, so this is the correct OpenCface. We bundle it. It's a big file, though. I don't know why it's so big on Windows. Like, this is 500 megabytes, half a gig. Whereas, like, the Windows export is comparatively tiny. This is only 80 megs. Yes, I have no idea why this is so big. It must be something that I'm doing, or like probably the fact that I compiled this on Fedora instead of something like Debian or CentOS. That's probably it. I should probably get like a Debian server somewhere and just have it very slowly chug through the compilation thing. I could probably just spin up a very small DigitalOcean droplet, which, you know, DigitalOcean infrastructure as a service. They just give you a virtual server, which is nice. I usually use Debian for all my stuff. I don't like to use CentOS, especially since I guess CentOS is dead, right? And now it's just CentOS Stream. Kind of stinky. All right, let's do it like this though. Linux.zip. I think everything is in there, so we'll zip it. So the new features are, one, there's a console built in. There's this thing here, so you have a tracker FPS. You also have the ability to, you know, define whether or not the app should launch the tracker for you. So if you're running on Linux, you don't want the app to do it right now, because I need to test the bash script. That's the hard part, because you can't do that on Windows. Like technically there's git bash, but like the script won't execute correctly. But if I do it via, I think, Windows subsystem for Linux 2, what'll happen is that it'll execute, but it won't have access to any of my, I guess, devices, right? Because it needs access to my webcam device in order to actually execute. Otherwise, I'm not sure what it does. Not sure what will happen. Probably some magic. All right, so let's just kind of, let's mulligan this. OpenCFace GD Linux. Let's just pretend that this is 0.2. So we'll go to OpenCFace GD. Is there something here? Oh, hello, in general. Wave to, oh, I recognize Minds Field. Get outed, son. Recognize your name. Alright, so let's do this. I think it's also somewhat amusing that the zipping this file doesn't actually do anything. Don't look at my Postman backups, by the way. Pretty sure that actually has my stream key. Not my stream key, but a few keys in there at the very least. Eh? Alright. Try a different file. Let's try a different file. It's a different one, I swear. So let's put in edits. Edit. Re-exported. Or I guess recompiled. Oh, I'm not like compiling, right? I let Godot do all the compilation. I'm just providing it the release template. So re-exports the Linux build. Alright, so we'll wait for it. The OpenCFace folder is actually like a really big thing to include. Yeah, I'm not sure what I should be, or what things I should or should not be including. Like, I would have to assume that, like, I actually don't know. I have no idea. I would need to, like, run through it. Right, probably I don't need this Git repository for sure. Like, the Unity stuff I probably don't need either. Source? I'm not sure if I need the source. I feel like the Python stuff all kind of works, but I'm not sure. I'm not sure, right? Because the Python stuff relies on other libraries that may or may not be there. I don't know. I'll need to think about it. It's possible that I'm just horribly messing this up, though. Anyways, there we go. That's how we do it. Messed that up, by the way. So I feel like I always do this. Yeah, well, no. I don't know why it does that. Which is like Godot like tries to re-index everything that's inside this folder when it shouldn't. But yeah, did I do this right? Yeah, okay, so for Windows I did it correctly. It's just for Linux I forgot to re-enable something. Yeah, okay, that's okay. And also I can do this, right? We can open and it doesn't try to run any unit tests. Also should not auto start, but maybe it will. Okay. Got a little nervous there. It's me. Yeah. So there we go. Should be Gucci, as they say. Everything should be copacetic. Yeah, so that should be exported properly, but let me know if that doesn't work. Or I'll figure that out later anyways when I get around to actually debugging it. Yeah, so 073 should be out fairly soon. Should be out fairly soon. I just need time, right? I just need time to test it on another system. All right, so let's see. Update stored unit position, unit tile position. Set map position 4, which hits this thing here. If it contains the new key, return false. Otherwise, we set the new position to just like a boolean, right? Because we want constant time access. I'll try it. Thank you, thank you. Great game, gal. Give it a try. If it doesn't work, I guess I'll just have to withdraw it again. I really hope it does work though. Because I know the master branch works. It must be something with my export settings, because I do try to not include everything. I can re-export it again, just include everything though. It does add a bit of bloat to the already like pretty bloated Linux executable. Or binary, I guess. But we'll see. So where are we at? So we should be at a breakpoint. So if updates stored unit position, I think that's okay, right? So we press play. What is the unit? Give me the unit. Units. So your tile position. Oh, your tile position is 0, 0. That's not right. Yeah. That's not right at all. Your tile position should not be 0. Your tile position should be whatever we converted your global position to, right? So what does this give me, right? So we'll stall here, move over. Give me the unit still. What is the unit tile position? Tile position is -86. Set map position 4. So we can step into it. Step over. What happened? Where am I? Hello? Alright, the debugger is confused. Very good. Yeah, that's why I don't like using the debugger. Yeah, it's very confused right now. It didn't even close the connection properly. Yeah. So there's something weird about that. Something weird about that. So update stored whatever. There's a bug somewhere here. So what is our global position? Our position... Oh, set map position for... Why is it 0? So our tile position should be -86, but it's passing in 0, 0 as our position, right? So set a breakpoint here and set a breakpoint there. So first breakpoint. Oh wait, no, that's correct, right? Boom. Now, tile position. That's... I guess we don't get any hover, huh? That's okay. Unit tile position is -8, -6. Go here. Position -8, -6. Right? Update stored unit position. So what does this give me, by the way? That's what I'm a little nervous about. So if unit position contains key, new position, then that's okay. Boom. New position is equal to true. Remove old position. Nothing happens. Very good. And then we continue. Yeah, I mean, that looks good to me. That looks good to me. Move to position is equal to converting the tile position to global position. So now we want to set a breakpoint here in our process loop. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, yeah, we did hit that. That sounds good. Our move to position. We can step over, or we can just, yeah, we can step over. There's our unit. What is our move to position? Our move to position is negative, ooh. Ooh. Wait a minute. Our move to position is incorrect. Our move to position is negative 8, 8. Why? So convert tile position to global. Is that why it's moving towards me at like a rapid speed? Yeah? Because then it tries to move. Huh, that's very weird. Very weird. So it's like it doesn't even try to set the position correctly, huh? So what happens here? Previous tile position. There's something weird. There's something weird going on. So it does initially set the position correctly. And just to verify that it's not the debugger lying to me. Sometimes that does happen though. So I have had that happen where the debugger attaches to the wrong process. And then I just have like for whatever reason, have the application running twice. Oh, anyways, here's something slightly amusing. So I'm a complete degenerate and enjoy playing gacha games. But I've quit most of them, right? Because like a lot of them are just huge time sinks, right? But used to be really into playing Arknights. Saw that Arknights had like a special banner running. So they have like Scotty and however you say your name, Kalsitz. So I went on, noticed I had a free 10 roll, did the 10 roll. I don't think Arknights has sparking either, so you're not guaranteed a 6-star pull. First 10 roll, got the fancy Scotty altar. Ooh. Felt good. Then burned the rest of the currency that I just kind of had sitting on my account and didn't get any other 6 stars. Which makes a lot more sense. But even that's why gacha games are so like predatory, right? It's like, ooh, a dopamine hit when you get the rare unit that you won't even use. Like I'm not sure is like the new I'm not sure what the meta is right now. Right? I have a decent amount of 6 stars in that game, but I mostly just use like I don't know. Like I have most of the really good ones. But I feel like there's been some power creep, so I'm not sure what the most strong units are anymore. I like the design of Arknights though, for sure. What happened? Hey. Didn't even print anything out. No, that's the wrong console. How about this one? Huh? So there is a print statement somewhere. Did I not have a print statement, or am I having a stroke again? What? Wasn't there there was a print statement, right? What the heck? Yeah. All right. Godot is gaslighting me, which is really cool. Or whenever I run things from the editor, it gaslights me. Because it just kind of undoes some of my changes, presumably because the files actually open in the editor, but the problem is that it's nicer to debug some files in the editor, and it's nicer to debug other files from VS Code. So like for GD script, it's nicer to debug from the editor, but for C#, it's better to debug externally, right? And of course, you know, you might be asking, why not just do everything in one language? It's because I don't want to. There's some things that are just nicer to do in C#, like this, which is the palette swapper. But I can see that the tile position is correct. And it goes old and then new. This is old, then new. Set map position for... I don't know. There's something weird. There's something weird going on. If update stored unit position. So if we're not able to do it, then we return false and we don't do anything. It's a no op, basically. I don't know, man. I don't know. Let's just hit it with a GD print. So it just constantly prints out the unit.tile position. I'm starting to lose my mind a bit. Yeah. So look at that. So that matches up with what's... I know. Oh, you know what? It's because... So what's happening? What's happening is it uses the correct position initially, but then when we try to update the stored unit position twice, so it sees like, oh, there's a unit on this tile. Of course, it's the unit, but then this returns false, right? Because we're already on the tile. So then we do unit tile position is equal to your previous tile position, and the problem here is that there's no the previous tile position here is set to vector2 0. So we're correct for the first iteration, and then the second iteration, it sends us back to the previous tile position, which is fine. But we never change it from 0. Okay, so let's update that. Set map position for units, and then we also need to... I guess we just need to... How should I do that? Set map position for units. Set map position for units, and then can't really do that. Set map position for, like, this is setting map position for a node, but I feel like sometimes I'll want to do other things as well with this. So let's break this out of there. So we'll set the map position, and then we'll update the stored unit position as well, using the unit tile position. Yeah, so the update stored unit position, we'll want to do this for a few things. Update stored unit position. So this will be player dot previous tile position, player dot tile position. So it's a bit more verbose, but that's okay. It makes it a lot less confusing as well. So the reason why I broke this out, update stored unit position out of set map position for. Set map position for works for any type of node. I could do like a check to see like, oh, is this node? Well, now that I'm actually explaining it, that makes a lot of sense. I could do a check. I could do a check. So we can do var. So we can try to cast it basically. So var overworld unit is equal to node as overworld unit. right? And so this is a null safe cast. If you wanted to do a non-null safe cast, you would do the, I guess, the Java style or C# or the C style cast. But if you do the Python style cast, so the C style cast is with the parentheses in front of the variable name. We'll do overload unit if overload unit is not null. Then we'll do update stored unit position. Or wait, before we do that, we'll do overload unit dot previous tile position is equal to overload unit global position. Yeah, like that. And then update stored unit position, we'll do overload unit previous overload unit, I guess just current tile position, right? Yeah, so let's unbreak this out. That makes sense. We'll just do it not null safe. Or it is null safe, but we'll loop them back into each other. So update stored unit position is just a standard check. But for a lot of the initialization stuff, we'll do the set map position for. Now for like moving props around the tile map, we'll still use the same function and then it'll just fail at this step, which is okay. It'll intentionally fail, you know. Task failed successfully, etc. Okay, so we're not going in the correct place. Why did I move up here? What happened? Alright, so now I've broken something else. Alright, no. What are you doing? Player overworld unit. What is 136 divided by 16? That is 8. That's 8. Is that 8? 16 times 8. That's 80 plus 8 times 6, 48. 80, 48, 12. Wait, no. 128. No. Hold on. Bad at math. It's 9? No, that can't be right. It is 8. Did I do my math wrong? Where's my calculator? 136. I know what the equation is. I just can't do it in my head. It's 8.5. I was pretty close. Just by looking at it. Why is it 8.5? So that's the half tile position. Here, and I also cannot move. Just have no idea where my character is. Let's try to run that again. And then we get stuck up here. That's really weird. So update stored unit position. So where is this being called? This is only being called a few places. So now the bigger problem is, oh, hello Needle Mouse, how are you doing? I am, I guess, slightly distracted. Since I need to work later on today, because I need still have this problem rolling around in my head. So how do you, comparing a dictionary that contains lists that contain more dictionaries, how would you do that efficiently in Python? Are we currently working on the bullet hell? Nice. Hooray for game dev. Everyone loves a good game dev thing. I am also working on the GitHub game off stuff. So I thought I had this fixed. I thought this was the answer, but maybe not. So set map position for, this is only called twice. I am setting the tile position properly. And then we do Tile map to global, tile map, map to world. So that's your tile position converted. It's going all over the place, you know, trying to find ways to fix some code. Same. That's pretty much game dev in a nutshell. Is things break and then you're just kind of wondering, I haven't changed anything by the way, so this is still going to be a problem where they just kind of float up to some position. Test on a Windows? What do you mean test on a Windows? I am testing on Windows. Try to put in sprites. Do you not usually use Windows as your development platform? Debugging into a Windows window? Oh, like a separate window. See, that's the nice thing about using an engine, is that the engine does a lot of the debugging for you. Well, I think running your stuff, like you're not like re-exporting your entire game every single time, right? You should have like a debug runner, right? Like technically I also get debug output from into this Windows window, or the CMD. I think if you had to recompile your program every single time, that's going to be kind of painful. I mean, I guess if it fits your workflow, it's all right. I still haven't changed anything. I don't know why I keep doing this. It's the, don't know what this is though. Res thumb. Set map position 4. Set map position 4. Player to tile position. That's correct. Convert tile position, no. We want to grab their global position, convert it to a tile map position, and then store that as a tile position, which is correct. We'll probably switch to heaps or just use another engine. Nice, nice. Framework, by the way. But I'll let it slide. Heaps is good, but I don't know. All frameworks are kind of the same. All frameworks are kind of the same. Right? They all don't have a visual thing, so if you're not sure how to do it, I think switching will not really help you. They all roughly use the same pattern. So once you figure out the pattern for Haxel Flixel, it'll apply to pretty much every other, you know, game framework you use. But it won't really apply to like Godot or Unity, right? Well, once you figure out like the Godot or Unity way of doing things, then you can kind of switch between game engines at will, since those game engines, or like the big few game engines, all kind of work the same way, right? So you'll use the engine's built-in collision detection. You'll apply some sort of, you know, movement vector to it, and then let the engine handle collisions. Whereas in a framework, you'll want to handle the collisions yourself. And the engine will usually provide you the collision boxes that you can use to test. So Haxel Flixel then switch to framework like Monogame. Why would you want to switch away from Haxel Flixel and go? I feel like that's like almost a downgrade. That's almost a downgrade. Like Monogame's like built for compatibility almost. So like the only big reason why you would want to use Monogame or FNA is if you have old XNA code that you want to just work. Still enjoy C#. The Hax is pretty similar to C#, right? Is there like a specific library that you're missing? I can't really imagine any library that you would be missing from C#. Right, Hax is very similar to Java. Java is very similar to, or C# is very similar to Java as well. They're pretty much all just Java, right? I guess Hax is actually kind of nice because it supports like really like complicated macros or annotations, I suppose. I don't know. I don't know. There's something I'm missing here. But I'm modifying something that I shouldn't. I suppose, by the way, if you haven't noticed, I'm writing C# as well. Unit.tile position. I lack common sense. Yeah, I don't disagree. I don't disagree. Yeah, alright, so we're moving up. I don't know why we move up, though. So these positions are correct. These positions are correct. It's something here that's incorrect. One of these is bad, but I'm not sure which one. So we'll hit it with a GD print player tile positions, because I'm doing a lot of this based off of the player tile position anyways. Yeah, I think it's better to master one language, and then you always have that language to go back or the fall back on, right? Like, for example, like the language that I feel most comfortable working in is Python, and that's kind of how I do a lot of my programming as well, or my pseudo coding is in Python, right? Because it's just easier for me to imagine Python code than it is anything else. But if you never really master one language, then it's kind of hard for you to imagine, I guess, other languages, right? It's almost like a real language, you know? So if you're talking like, right, like it's kind of hard to say because I only really speak English really well, but there are like certain words where I'm like, oh, okay, like I'll just like imagine it in, you know, like Cantonese. There's almost no word that I imagine in like Japanese or Mandarin Chinese, but there are a few words I'm like, all right, you know, I might not be able to say it properly, but like I always kind of imagine it in my mind as as that. Like hurry up, that's a very common phrase from my childhood. Fight. Like, okay, huh. So if I'm like panicked or stressed, that would be like one of the first words that will like almost leave my mouth and be like, wait a minute, let's pivot and actually say it in English. Huh. Something is wrong here. Something is very wrong here. Might use Haxel Pixel for a few months or years until I make some money. Get a better PC. Well, there we go. That sounds like a good plan. Right, or pretty much any like 2D kind of game. As long as you have a computer from like the last probably 5 years, yeah. From the last 5 years, you should be able to do like any type of 2D game. Like 2D is very easy to do if you're utilizing modern graphics APIs, which pretty much everything does. Except for, nah, mono game doesn't. Nah, anything in 2D does not require a modern PC. If you're doing 3D, then possibly. But even then, right? Unreal Engine requires a pretty hefty PC. Unity, I said Unreal Engine. Unreal Engine 100% requires a hefty PC. Unity can require a hefty PC. Godot does not. I mean, as long as you stick to 2D, Unreal I think is just heavy by default, but it's meant for 3D. Anyways, I know Godot was meant to run on a PSP, so. Mono game needs Visual Studio 2019. It doesn't. If you want like the really nice integrations, you can use it. I've just used Visual Studio Code, which is the editor I'm using right now with Mono Game. It requires a bit more setup, but you know, you just need to Google it. Mono Game VS Code. It should just work, right? Because it's all command line tools. If you want to use Visual Studio Code. So you'll need to hit it with the whatchamacallits, like a .NET something. I forget what the .NET commands are. Well, you'll need to get familiar with that if you want to do VS Code. But you don't need Visual Studio to do monogame. Does it help? Yeah, probably. I hate using Visual Studio. It feels so slow. Going for VS Community for monogame. So like I guess, what do you need VS Studio for? I'm looking at this. There's something wrong with this, but I'm not sure what. There's something wrong here, but I'm not sure what. GD prints. So this should be 0, 0, by the way. Yeah. All right, kill it. So we look at this. That's negative 8.8. I feel like that's not correct, because I placed the player at 0. So where does it get 8.8 from? Is that the move to? Well, no, that's not the move to position, but that's the. Is that the initial tile position? I don't think that's right. So we go to tile map. What position is this? This is 0, 0 right here. Then it kind of jacks it up to 8, 8, which is 4, 4, 4, 4. Yeah. And that's where I kind of move. Is my initial tile position wrong? What is my initial tile position? So 0, 0. Yeah, my initial tile position is 0, 0, but then it moves me up all the way over here. To me, VS Community is just a more kind of powerful way to do modeling and do better programs, and not good mindset to have. Yeah, well, I think it's one of the things where you just have to try out different things and see if they work for you. Some people swear by it. Like, I don't know, like I used to be in the same boat as you way back in the day, right? Like I didn't have very powerful stuff, but you don't need powerful hardware to do anything, right? You just need to learn, I guess, the intricacies of the tools. All the more powerful tool does for you is it makes, it abstracts away some of the complexity. So you don't need to think about, oh, like, how do we build a solution, right? Visual Studio does that for you. But if you want to build a solution in VS Code, you either need to look something up, have a custom like run and debug command or build command or whatever, or you need to learn how to use the command line. But I think doing things at the more basic level also helps you understand what things are actually doing. I realize that I'm the same guy that doesn't really want to do like low-level programming, but there's a limit, right? So if you know where your limit is, then that's all right. That's all right. Like I've tried to do C programming before. I've tried to do kernel development before. Has it helped me? Not really. It's helped me realize that I don't need to know how to do kernel development, but knowing how to use the individual tools, right? Because especially at work, I'm not allowed to use pretty much anything. Like the tooling at work is horrible. See, I'm following what I think. There's a loss of I don't know. Yeah. Just learn more, experience more stuff, learn more stuff, learn how it works, figure out what is necessary to know, figure out what isn't necessary to know. Don't buy into the common whatever is like, oh, this thing is bad all the way. Like, It depends on what's good for you. What works for your process? What are you specifically trying to do? You know, I think if you're trying to do, you know, a very complicated 3D game, then I think you will need to, I think having a bit more complicated tooling that takes away some of the complexity is good, right? Because you're already dealing with a lot of other things, right? Unless your 3D game doesn't involve any shaders, and in which case, you need to reevaluate your position, but that's just me. Right? I think working in 3D already has a lot more complexity. So it makes more sense to have tooling that takes away some of the complexity. So you can move on to other things like shaders. Or like 3D modeling or whatever. You know, skeleton deformation or just rigging in general, right? But even then, knowing how the base tool works can be helpful. Right, because the wrapper tool, like Visual Studio abstracts out stuff, but sometimes Visual Studio will break, so you'll need to actually use the underlying tool that it's calling, you know? And the underlying tool isn't that hard. Because it's really just following instructions. Because it has a help command, right? Doesn't .NET have a help command? .NET help. Yeah, there we go. So as far as I understand it, Visual Studio just calls .NET and then does a lot of the stuff that .NET does, but like visually. Something like that. Now, if you're doing something like, you know, C++ or whatever, you don't really have a help command to help you. Yeah. I'm trying to figure out. It's something here that breaks all my stuff. It's something here that breaks all my stuff. So previous tile position, player overworld unit doesn't do any of this. So we kind of implicitly called this ready function. Why is this breaking my previous tile position? Is it because is it because I need to have I need to have a flag somewhere so it doesn't just bounce between these two things. So in addition to checking to see if we're overlapping on another unit tile, I also need to check to see if there's like an actual input to read. Maybe that might make sense. I don't know. Has new input get set equal to false. Yeah, that might be okay. That might be okay. So has new view input true. Let's see. And I think also to add to the previous point that I was trying to make, right, is that I've run into a lot of people who, you know, there's a suite of tools made by a company called JetBrains. I don't know if you heard of them. Raise your hand in chat if you've heard of JetBrains. But if you ever go into, I guess, like computer science or whatever, or even if you just go into university, you can get a free subscription for JetBrains, and then you can get access to every single one of their developer tools. So I know that at work, they're encouraging me to use Sea Lion. Yeah, if you're doing Unity stuff, you would be using Rider. Yeah, I also do not like JetBrains too much. I'm not a huge fan. But the fact of the matter is that there's a lot of people who aren't able to do development in an IDE. They're not able to use, they're not able to do, Python without using PyCharm. And I'm just like, That's crazy, dude. So like you need to like buy a license just to be able to write effective Python code. And they have amazing completion. Yeah, but like then you'll have the people who do all their development in Vim, right? It's just you need to, you know, like you could just do like Vim test or hello, right? And then you can just do like hello, this is a test, blah, right? And then, you know, now you can do development wherever you want, right? Hit it with a GG, hit it with a, that's not it. Hit it with an uppercase G, hit it with a, you know, E, or hit it with a capital B to go to the beginning of the word, capital E to go to the end of the word, you know. Hit it with a DD to destroy the current line. Actually, I don't remember what DD stands for. And then you can, of course, upgrade this and bring your Vim config anywhere. But anyways, the point I was trying to make is that, you know, it's if you get too attached to your tooling, it's gonna make it hard for you to, you know, what happens once you lose your tooling? Are you stuck? I think that's the scary part, is that once you lose your tooling, and you won't always have access to your tooling, you know. DD is delete, but pushes into the, it gives you the, isn't that what, yank pushes it into the default register. I know DD also pushes it into the default register, and then you want to put it by using lowercase p. But anyways, the point is that it's, I think it's a bad idea to get too attached to a specific tool. That's basically it. Because once you lose access to that tool, then you become useless. It's better to learn how the underlying language works and then just kind of run with it. Yeah, I know it's like DD is delete line. Doesn't like delete, if you do like a, I don't know, this is a test. And then we can hit it with a, I don't know. Also, am I alone in this? But I almost never press escape to go into command mode. I usually just press control open square bracket. Maybe that's weird. Maybe that's a weird thing. I don't know. But anyways, can't you do like a, isn't like delete and, yeah. So delete, it's like DD is delete line, but then if you do like a delete, actually, does delete O work? I've never tried it. Yeah, okay. Delete and, well, actually only D is delete. The second letter says how much. You can do DW, yeah, D big W, which goes to the end of the current word. So I think W does also do some weird completion in the middle of it, right? So you can do, like if you hit B, it'll go to the semicolon, but if you do or shift B, capital B, it goes to the end of the current word. Yeah, there's a lot of things. Learn Emacs. I feel like I need to learn Emacs, but at the same time, I'm like, Emacs doesn't come default on a lot of Linux installations, or at least like server installations, right? The only ones that you can really depend on being there are VI and is it Nano? What's the other one? There's the other one that usually comes as default. There's VI and is it Nano? Do I have Nano? Oh god, how do I get out of Nano? Is it Control exit? There we go. I don't know how to use Nano, but I do like how it just has the cheat sheet at the bottom. But VI is everywhere, which is nice. Anyways, did I make a change here? I did. I haven't actually applied the change yet. So if what do I want to do here? I want to grab all of this. I want to do player has new inputs, and then we'll have a second if statement if whatever the heck this is one of these. And then similarly for this one, we'll grab all of this, replace it with unit, has new inputs. Wait. Whoop. What am I doing? If, whatever the heck this is. Nano isn't that standard many minimal distros, but ed is. Most people don't know that ed even exists. Yeah, I feel like I've heard of ed. ed. It's not called ed, right? It's called ed. At least I've heard it called ed before. Oh, jeez. Just like I've heard people call it, it's not called sudo, it's called sudo. Which I've always thought was kind of funny, but... Wait a minute. Hey. Is this correct? Now that I'm thinking about it, I don't know if this is correct or not. Oh, it's because I need to move this here. So if there is new inputs, then we want to do that entire if-else chain. Yeah, now he's thinking. I think this is a better piece of logic. Whoop. Oh, geez. What happened? So this person has gone to the completely wrong place. It has new inputs, blah, blah. Then we no longer have new input. Then player dot has new input is equal to false. And then similarly, if unit has new input, then it's equal to false. And I feel like I can abstract that out even more into like just like a private function, because I am repeating myself a few times. So we can do this. Private void. So I guess it's like process unit input, I suppose. So this is like process unit movement. So I need to pass in some sort of overworld unit. And then I think it's just all of this, right? Just grab this. Like one of these. Process unit movement. Yeah, process unit movement unit. Yeah, there we go. And then just do the player individually. Like that. Player. But yeah. ED or ed, however you want to call it. Don't usually use it. VI, usually there. Emacs, in my experience, is not usually there. If you're using I guess a fancier version of rel, then it's usually there. Or depending on which Linux distribution they're using, they will probably also have like Emacs or something. But I don't know. I think it's unfortunate that VI is actually like a different program from Vim. That's gotten to me a few times for sure. I didn't realize that like there's like a few functions that are specific to Vim. I didn't realize. I forget what they are though. It's those functions that I always just kind of assume are there. Like I know that VI has the ability to search. I wonder, yeah, VI also has the ability to do GG and then capital G. I think mainly the plugin interface. Yeah, there's also just a few other commands that are different though. I feel like doing visual selects replace doesn't exist in VI. I'm gonna rework some code. Same. Yeah, I know that VI doesn't really have a plugin interface either. All right, so this is correct, I think. I think this is correct. Oh, this is wrong. Tile. Oh, that's why it was wrong. Tile position, not global position. Who wrote this? Oh, I mean, that's still kind of wrong, but whatever. So overworld units, previous tile position is equal to their current tile position. Yeah, and then their move to position should be their global position because we're trying to zero out everything. So overworld unit. Yeah, I've gotten over, I used to... Did you hear that? Am I the only one that heard that? I'm pretty sure no one else heard that, by the way, but I'm not wearing headphones, actually, so I can hear everything that's going on in my apartment. Sounded like a bag was moving around, but I don't have any trash bags just laying on the floor. I'll be right back. I'll be right back. That's spooky. Thanks for redeeming a jump. Great game, gal. Yeah, I don't know what was making that noise. I really hope I don't have rats. I hear that, you know, while I live in like a pretty tall high-rise, so there's not too many like outside bugs, right? Like, I'm on a floor higher than the 20th floor. We'll say that. But I hear that like high-rises can still have like rats, and of course everywhere has roaches, right? But I don't think a roach would make that kind of noise. But I've never seen any rodent droppings either, so I'm not sure. I'm a little nervous though. Like I remember like somewhat recently I saw a Reddit video on r/unexpected. I was alright, like, since I know it's on unexpected, right? I don't think I'm gonna get got. And let me tell you, I definitely got. Like it was let me just describe a video to you, like I'm like a grandma or something. But you know, it's just a video. It has almost no description to it, right? But you see the person, they're just kind of like poking at something under the refrigerator. So I'm like, all right, like is the fridge gonna like break on them, and like they'll catch it or whatever? And absolutely not. They poke at something, and then just a rat just jumps at the camera. It's the most terrifying thing I've ever seen in a video. It's like I got jump scared really hard. This is like a huge rat. I don't know. Have I seen a rat? Yeah, like when I was in Malaysia, right? One of the kind of hole-in-the-wall restaurants we went to, its bathrooms were not really a bathroom. It was just like a drainage ditch that drained to the outside, which is really gross, by the way. And, you know, was just kind of doing my business, saw a rat just kind of run along inside the drainage ditch. I was like, that's so gross. So gross. I'm doing my business and he's just taking a shower at the same time. What the heck? Also, please, like, do not jump at me. Alright. There we go. Now we're all fixed. Yeah. No. We're not fixed. Why? You're not moving, but your tile position is registered. Now we're back where we started. We're back where we started, but it's not quite correct. I guess I can do one of these. So let's run it one more time. Right, then we can set a breakpoint in the application and process. Hello? Oh, I didn't start it from here, so hold on. Start it from VS Code. Run it from here. Set a breakpoint. We'll hit the breakpoints. Then we can introspect on the application. Bum, bum, bum. Most of these we don't care about. However, we do care about... what did I call it? Where is it? Unit positions. Non-public. Oh, okay. Non-public members are just... That makes sense. Yeah, non-public members are just under non-public members, so you're not supposed to look at them. Yeah? I respect that. Count 1. Hit? And then there's 8.5. Wait. What? Oh. Let's add this to the... How do I add it to the watch? Add expression. I don't know how that works. Anyways, let's just send it. Take out the breakpoints. And I guess we'll just look at it. Oh, I guess we can't look at it anymore. How do I add something to watch? I'm not sure how that works. Watch. Expression to watch. How does this work? I'm too used to programming in Notepad or in Vim without any plugins. I'm not used to having so much power, which is why I generally use print statements to do most of my stuff. If unit position contains key, then return false. So update stored unit whatever. Actually learned to use GDB without an IDE. Oh baby. Yeah. That's some hardcore stuff. Yeah, I remember for a while, right? Because I didn't have Eclipse set up properly, so I would always have to just kind of manually attach the Java debugger, like inside of Eclipse still, but it wouldn't auto attach. I remember I learned a lot about Java during those days. I feel like Java is one of those languages that's meant to be used in an IDE though. New position. I guess if if contains key, or if old position is equal to new position, they're the same value. So that's more unlikely to happen. I think that's what happens. Java class paths are folders. Really see what to do with that IDE. Yeah, well, I'm gonna be honest. I do write a lot of my Java nowadays in VS Code, so it might be kind of weird. Yeah, I don't know. I think I still kind of like the class path, like as folders. I think I'm still kind of into it. That might be like a controversial thing to say. VS Code at least has some helper plug. Yeah. I think if you're writing Java without like any plugins whatsoever, that's just insanity. I do know that some people do it though, right? Just like, you know, I know people who write Python in Notepad, which is just bizarre. I don't know how it checks out. How you're actually editing other people's files, right? I'm assuming that they do like, I guess they just like, in order to do tabs, right? Like I used to do the same thing with, actually, I'm gonna be honest, don't tell anybody, But when I SSH into a server and I have to edit some YAML using Vim or VI, because YAML, right, is Python style, but since everyone is since the standard is also, at least for most places, is to convert tabs to spaces, what I'll do is instead of actually configuring VI properly, I'll just hit 1, 2, 3, 4 to do a tab when editing YAML files. That might be a weird thing to do, but it's like I could learn how to do that for every single server I need to SSH into, or I can just hit space 4 times in a row. So I'm guilty of being lazy. I don't hate them as folders without practical with an IDE. Oh yeah, for sure. For sure. If you don't have the IDE to like auto open every single folder for you, you're gonna have a bad time. Especially since, like, if you're doing things Java style, you'll also want to break things. Like, each class will have its own file as well, which is kind of rough once you get used to, you know, Python or Golang or Rust. Pretty much anything. I think C#, it's still recommended to break things into separate files as well. Something is wrong here, by the way. So old position is equal to new position. And I can see here, so if I start from VS Code and it attaches the debugger properly, what I want to be able to look at is the running thread. Or I want to be able to look at what my current position is. Or I guess not what my current position is, but I want to look at what this is. Actually, can I do that? Add to watch. Oh, okay. Not available, huh? Why is that not available? Are you not able to watch private variables? Is that how that works? What does that mean? Remove expression, I guess. Is that how that works? Is that you're not able to watch private variables? So if I just change this to public, will I be able to look at it now? I'm not familiar with debugging like this. So let's run it again. We'll watch the variable and then hopefully we'll be able to... Okay, that makes sense. We're not able to look at it still. I thought that would be really weird if we weren't able to look at it just because it was private. That would be very strange. Okay, so I think we can just print out here, right? Or how do you print to console in C#? Is it system log console log? What is it called? Right line. Unit positions. That's probably fine. So there's my debug console here at the bottom. We're not printing anything out. Oh, yeah, we are. Oh, that's really cool. You might not be able to watch until you break somewhere where the variable is in scope, but I don't want a breakpoint. That's not... I feel like Java allowed you to watch like that, but anyways, what I'm trying to see is what this variable is. We're probably quitting, yes. That's unfortunate. I guess then would I have to watch like this? So process, no, not process. Update stored unit position, and then I could watch this variable instead. Is that how that works? So if I start it here, we're running. We're doing our thing. It's having a good time. Add to watch. Not available. So that would be in scope now. Now we're not at the field level. It's pretty much never available at this level though. I don't really know how the watch thing works though. Add to watch. Alright, that's not how that works either. Yeah, I don't know. This is completely unhelpful though. We can do 4 each. What game idea you're running with? So the game idea that I'm running with is, so imagine, I guess it's going to be more of a, I guess a self-aware game, right? So it's going to be, I guess, Final Fantasy style pretty much everywhere, but I guess more of a fourth wall break. So what happens if, you know, your player character is just not initialized properly? So you're just kind of a hole in the world. So maybe like enemies don't attack you, they just attack all your party members instead who actually exist. You know, people will try to speak to you, or whatever, or you try to like, you can buy things from shops, but you like, guess what? You have infinite money because you don't exist, because you're a bug. You were uninitialized at some points. So I think there's some cool things some cool meta things you can kind of do with that, right? That's the GitHub game off stuff. Yeah, so we're not going to try to build in an actual bug into the game. I can't think of a good way, I guess, of making that work, but you know, something that's more subversive, I guess, opposed to like a traditional JRPG, right? So traditional JRPG, right? You walk around, you enter random battles, talk to people, buy equipment, etc., and you kind of more or less exist in the world. Yeah. Are you also doing the GitHub game off, Maddie? Whatever this is. I also thought, like, what if I just made you play as a bug? I don't think I want to. I couldn't think of any good games that would have you playing as a bug, though. I think it's more interesting to interpret it as more of like a glitch in the program. Or a glitch in anywhere, right? Right now, I'm running into a lot of bugs right now. So we have Pokemon style movement, which I like. There's no collision detection intentionally because I'm trying to, I guess, just make this simpler. So I just store your position and then check against it. That's what I'm looking to form the play. Just scoping out the competition. Oh no. It's okay. That's the basic idea. If you want to steal that idea, that's fine, you know? I have some other ideas that use it more directly, I think. But I guess I won't explain it until I actually implement it, though. There's some cool I think there is some cool stuff. How many games out there, right, have done the idea where you don't exist? Right? Not too many. Not too many. I want the nature route? Oh, so like you're like an insect. I thought about that, but I couldn't think of any good ideas, as mentioned like a million times in the past 1 minute. For vector to vec in. So you're playing as like an insect. Yeah, I don't know. That's pretty vague, but I'm sure that you could come up with something kind of fun. Hopefully. What if you went? Are you doing something like a? The idea that I came up with that was related to bugs was like, what if you had an ant swarm? That might be kind of fun. Playing as a bunch of ants. So you are the queen ants. And it's like a colony sim game, but I don't really want to make a simulation game. I also, for the past Ludum Dare, I made a game as well. Giant Horse Death Ball. That's a combo for the Ludum Dare. Oh, there's a grammatical error as well. Hold on. That's gonna bother me. A compo submission for Ludum Dare, which is also kind of the same swarm concept. I'm not gonna play it now, but you can check it out if you want. Didn't rank too highly, got 31st in humor though. But I feel like most people didn't make it out of the tutorial. Yeah, so which is almost similar to the ant concept I was going for. So you swarm your opponents, etc. Unit positions, dots. How do you get the keys? It's just keys? Oh, okay. So we'll do GD print vector. So what's happening with my vectors? That's what I want to know. That's what I want to know. So where's my console? Hey. Did it not compile? Hope so. Still planning. Haven't got a chance to start yet. So behind. Nah, you got a month. It's all right. As long as you have at least 48 hours, I would say you're pretty good. All my Ludum Dare games are full of bugs as well, so yeah, there we go. Just submit one of those. Oh baby, be kind of against the spirit of the thing for sure. Oh, you know what? There we go. I found the bug. So the problem is that we don't have a position stored. Huh. That's weird. So the initial call to old position or update stored unit position should actually... you know what? That's why it fails. That's why it fails. I get it. Nah, I think even finishing a Ludum Dare game, I think that's still an achievement, right? I think that's still an achievement. That's still pretty good. And finishing any game and being able to release it to the world, and you know, being able to take criticism for it, I think that's an achievement in and of itself, right? I think it also helps you build up confidence as a game developer, whereas where confidence in this case means that you, I guess, become numb and calloused to criticism. But I think that's one of the things, right? It helps you build up confidence, like, oh, you know, I submit something, whatever, right? You know, people are going to say bad things about it, but I don't need to listen to them, or you know, like I know I did this well, so like, whatever. It's like the same thing, right? So if you're good at, there's a saying out there that's like, it's someone who knows that they're good at something will not care about what others think because they know that they're good at something. It's only somebody who's you know, not good at something, that someone who isn't confident in their abilities will care about what other people think. Kind of butchered that quote, but it's okay. Just smile and laugh. Smile and laugh. I guess you can't see me smile. Actually, even if I change to an anime model, you can't see me smile and laugh. That's okay. So let's see. We'll do set map position. So the problem is that the initial setting of your position doesn't quite work. Immediately set map position. Didn't know that Ducky was mapped to you, so cool. All right, so let me show you this off. I wrote pretty much all of this stuff that you can see on screen is written by me. I mean, I didn't write VS Code, but check this out as well. Oh, I'm starting to disappear, by the way. Hold on. I wrote the bot. Come back. All right, there we go. So I wrote this in Godot. That's pretty neat. We can do this. It's not stream avatars. It's my own just kind of custom build, integrated with channel points as well. Wrote the bot, wrote this as well, all in Godot. These are all open source, by the way. So hit it with a repo. There's the FP bot. Let me see. Load the preset. We're now an anime girl. That's a long-standing bug where your neck breaks because we clear the offsets whenever we load in a new model. Hello, it's me. The next iteration of this will have, I guess, the ability to bake in your expressions, so you don't have to manually select blend shapes, but people were requesting this. So there we go. This is like my this is my resting face, RBF. And scrap the current project and code and start over. Well, good news is that you've only wasted like a few days, maybe only a week actually. Yeah, a week, right? When did GitHub Game Off start? I don't know, I forget. Yeah, you can find that code. Or this is needle mouse now. Sorry. I saw the orange, I was like, alright, it's the same person. I don't actually read your names. I'm sorry. I don't see the text, I only see the colors. It's okay though. I mean, still you still have 3 weeks, right? That's a ton of time. Starting to get stressed already. That's okay. Like I said, as long as you have 48 hours, it'll be fine. No, doing the Ludum Dare, I think that's a bit more stressful because you don't have 48 hours. You have less than 48 hours as soon as the combo starts. So set map position for... So we can do one of these. I always forget that in C# you can do an overload. I actually really like doing a function overload. But actually, might not always want to do this either. So the problem, right, is that your previous tile position and your current tile position are the same. So I don't know if maybe it's just the fact that I have this, this OR check here. So if I take that out, what happens? I think that's still fine. Gotta sneeze again. Alright, so we're still moving properly. We can move into you as well, so that's incorrect. And since we're doing in C#, I can't actually read the position either. But we were printing the vector. Hold on. What? Alright, keep that on the screen. I guess it doesn't print to the debug console. Does it print to the regular terminal? Or... No. It only prints to the Godot debug console. And also, the Godot debug console doesn't. Yeah, that's so weird. So it doesn't initialize it. Regardless, even though we're doing a set map position for the other units. So set map position 4. This should work for overworld unit because we do a null safe cast here. With the null safe cast, if we're not able to cast the node 2D to an overworld unit, then it'll be null. Move to position, that's correct. This is correct. So it must be something in update stored unit position. Update stored unit position takes the old position and the new position. Or I guess that should be tile position. So let's rename that just so it's less confusing. Change all occurrences. Update unit tile position. I know I can do rename symbol, but sometimes that doesn't actually work. It's a bit hard sometimes. Update unit tile position. You can also tell I used to be a Java developer because how long some of these function names are. Update. Oh, that's why. It's because Godot decided to do this. All right, get out of here. Another pain. I wish there was a way to only define I want to use Godot for editing GD script files, or at least debugging GD script files, but I want to use VS Code for debugging C# and I guess writing the majority of my code. A bit hard. I suppose I could submit a PR, but alright. I think there's still a problem because it's not working still, right? Yeah, so it's not stored properly. Did it send itself back? No. If unit position contains key, new position, then return false. If unit position otherwise, then we'll go to unit positions, set the new position as true, and it's basically just like flipping a bit, right? Because we don't want to do list access, because we need to cycle through the entire list every single time if we want to find the position. Unit positions, remove old position. I feel like it might be something like this. That's wrong, right? So if your new position, if it doesn't contain this key, which is here, boom, 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 boom. Previous tile position. So whenever we initialize the units, they'll be the same thing, which is intentional. So on initialization, this will not be true, which is good. Unit positions, boom, boom. So this will always succeed. Now it's in process unit movement, which is called in the process function, right? That's tough, man. That's tough. Like this is correct. Process unit movement for player, because we always want to do the player before all the other NPCs. And then we'll also do, process unit movement units. Has new inputs, defaults to no for all of them unless we have like an AI controller thing, do a thing. Player overruled unit has new input. So it has new input, then we toggle it back off. And then whenever it receives new input here, subject to a debounce, we reset the debounce counter, which is how Pokemon does it. Has new input, we toggle this back on, store the initial tile position, and then set the new tile position. This isn't a reference, right? Like we can do, there's no duplicate. Yeah. At least I think that's okay. Maybe that's not okay. Set map position 4. So set map position 4. The problem is I don't know what the values are. All right. So set the breakpoint. We'll just set it at the end. So now we can go to the end of this. We look at the non-public members. Look at the unit positions, count 0. What? Hey? Wait, that's not right. Okay, that's not right at all. So set map position 4. Okay, so I know that this is at least doing a thing. So we can set a breakpoint here. And so the first unit that we're manipulating will be the player. So what happens here? Boom, boom. Oh, I see. So the problem is if your old position and the new position are the same value, I add it. I set it to true here, and then I immediately remove it. That's why it's not working. I see. That makes sense. So, is there a more efficient way of doing this? Because I do need the the old position to be the same. So there, okay, let me think. What do we do here? So set map position 4. So I want this. Like, this is... Okay, well. There's no getting around it. We do need to have this if statement here. Luckily, we don't need to... actually, we do need to do it a few times. So instead, what we can do is we'll just have public bool. Luckily, we can overload the function. So we'll have vector2, just new position. So we can do like a blind, just a blind set, right? Okay. But I see what my error was, is because if your new position and your old position are true, then we set new position to true. Or no, if your new position and your old position are the same value, then I'll set your new position and then I'll just immediately remove the same thing because of the same value, right? Because they're indexed by vector 2. So what we'll want to do is probably just the same thing for this function overload, except we don't remove the old position, pretty much. So if contains key, yeah. That's tough though. Set map position for, so we can check to see, we can move the check to here, set map position for. So I'll do one of these, which is like blindly update the unit tile position without erasing other values. I don't know if that's a good idea or not. That's probably not a good idea. Yeah, what I should probably do is this, which is overworld unit. What do we do with the unit? We actually don't do anything with it, which is not a good idea. That's tough, man. That's tough. I don't like that. I really don't like this function overload. Okay, we can do this instead, which is bool remove old position is equal to true, right? But I don't want to have to check. I don't want to have to check. I mean, it's functionally like inconsequential, but something about that just rubs me the wrong way. Right. I don't like that though. We could just do this manually, but that would just be like a little bizarre. Update tile position. We can do this. Public bool update unit tile position, and then we'll do overworld unit. And then we can do this. So we're still using function overloading, but I think it's more sane this time. So then if unit positions contains key units dot tile position, then we'll want to return false. Easy. And then we can have a boolean should remove old position equals true, I guess. So it's roughly the same kind of code, but allows us to overload in a more sane fashion. So we'll do unit positions, unit dot tile position is equal to true, and then unit positions, or I guess if should remove old position, then unit positions remove unit previous tile position. Yeah, okay. So this is technically slower. There's not too much of a difference though with this one if statement, but it makes me feel good about it, which is the important parts. And then I'll just add a comment like, hooray for micro optimization. Yeah, so that's the difference. Anyways, that should work. Spent a lot of time doing basically nothing, but it makes me feel good about myself. So now you can see here that we're not able to move into this unit, but we can move around it. Yeah, since technically you are allowed to move on the diagonal like that. So I can run into you. And then as long as within the debounce time, we do that, something like that, I can move around him diagonally. All right. Is it cool? I guess. It's kind of an interesting idea, in my opinion. Not super sure why you would ever want to do this in one of your real programs, but, you know, that's never stopped me before. I think moving on the diagonal is actually kind of tough, though, because you need to press both inputs on exactly the same frame. Otherwise, it won't pick it up. But yeah, there we go. Hooray! Let's hit it with a git push. Git add all, commit, add collision. Where it's not real collision, but it's more of a, I guess just like a vector 2 based collision system. Yeah. To be honest, that was probably like a huge waste of time. But it makes me feel good about it, right? So this is a micro optimization. Optimizations. Looks for a checks to see if the new position exists. If it doesn't, adds the new position and removes the old position. There we go. Yeah, so there's no doc string for old position or new position because you can kind of figure out what those mean from the name. Returns true if the new position is valid. There we go. Allows for specifying if the old position should be removed. Hooray. What a just a bizarre thing to want to overload. But I've done it. Let's see. What are the other inputs we have. So I have defined UI left up and okay, so we probably want to define, I don't know, Z and X are pretty common controls. Z and X for A and B, right? And then on the other hand, you will probably want to do something like if you're using arrow keys. Well, no, if you're doing WASD, it would be, I don't know. It's been a little bit since I played like a game using the keyboard. What would it be A and B on the keyboard if you're using WASD as your arrow keys? Like my current keyboard does not have arrow keys. So guess what? I'm going to be using I'm using WASD. But my Mac that I have here, just kind of monitoring my screen on the side, has arrow keys. So I would use Z and X. So Z and X, or is it? I feel like N and M aren't very good keys for WASD. I'm gonna do K and L. Prepare yourself. And also, you can just use your mouse if you want. Just bizarre. So primary action Z. Primary action will also just be K. So that'll be your A button. Your B button will be X or L. Yeah, okay. So we can go to player overworld units. So you might notice that this is a long if-else chain, but rest assured that this is the most efficient way to do it in Godot, since I can guarantee that input events, well, this is the only way to check input events, and I only receive input events one at a time, I think, and also input events run asynchronously, so it doesn't even matter. What am I doing? We do want to check for else if IE is action pressed. So this will be primary action. So if IE is action pressed, then what will we want to do? What will we want to do? So we'll want to go into the tile Raycast. And the reason why units other than the player have access to the tile Raycast as well is I'm kind of thinking like a Pokemon style, like, you know, they'll look, you know, X tiles ahead and be able to stop you in their tracks and just talk to you. I think that might be kind of cool. But then, you know, in terms of this game, right, since you don't exist, they will like walk up to you, be confused as to why they did it, and then talk to your party members instead. I want to do an FNF mod. Five Nights at Freddy's. Yo, Tsuba. Friday Night Funkin'. Is Friday Night Funkin' really that popular? That people just like to make fan games for it? Or is it because it's free and open source? Or is Friday Night Funkin'? Friday Night Funkin', by the way. I didn't say the F word. Is it free and open source? Friday Night Funkin'. I know that it's open source. But is it free and open source? Oh yeah, it is. It's just Apache 2. Yeah, Apache 2, pretty sick. I think FNF is pretty popular. Because it's open source. Yeah. Oh, and yeah, is that why you're learning Haxel Flixel? Is because it's written in Haxel Flixel? Very nice, very nice. Fans don't want to wait for a lot of stuff. The community has made its own mods to keep them entertained. Oh yeah. I got you. I've read, I haven't read, I watched a video essay on why FNF is popular, why, right? Is one, it's free and open source, and two, that the community is pretty active. Isn't Snake RX? Snake RX is also free and open source, by the way. Like, this one's pretty fun. It's also really hard. This one's written in Lua. presumably using Love 2D. Actually, yeah, there we go. There's Love. Yeah. Snake RX though, that's a fun game. How you play Snake RX? Plus the programmer open sources a lot of his stuff. You know which other programmer open sources a lot of their stuff? I'll give you a hint. It might be me. Yeah, Snake RX. This is a fun game as well though. MIT licensed. It's on Steam. I don't even remember. Was this made as a Game Jam game? It's a Lua game. Roblox, they released their Luau. Yeah, I saw that they released their Luau. It's not quite, it's not even Lua JIT, right? It's just Lua 5.1 compatible, more or less. What Lua version is Lua JIT compatible with? Lua JIT. What's the compatibility? Or what's it based off of? I always forget. Lua JIT. It is forked from one of them. Lua changed a bit and made it a bit faster. If I remember correctly. Yeah, I read their blog post. It was in one of the Discords I'm in where they were like, oh, Lua is free and open source. But it's like, why would you use Lua, which isn't even JIT, when you can use Lua JIT instead, which is really fast. And yeah, Lua engine language. Technically correct. Is a language engine? It's the primary language. This is true. I guess it's their interpreter plus language, if you want to get technical with it. It's not a game engine. Is it an engine? If you define an interpreter as an engine, then yes, I guess technically, right? Let's see. Let's see if I remember how Raycast work. So we have access to tile Raycast. Okay, I always forget. Okay, well, Raycast 2D, and it's, people call JIT environments engines like the V8JS engine. Yes, yeah. Well, Lua isn't JIT, right? Lua is currently just a really fast interpreter, right? They're planning on making a JIT, if I remember correctly, but it's not actually JIT, it's just the interpreter. So I wouldn't call like Python, like C Python, that's just the interpreter, it's not really an engine. Is it self-optimizing? I think it is. Isn't Python's interpreter self-optimizing? I wouldn't pick on an interpreter to not say engine. It runs. It does run. Yes. No, yeah, that's what I'm saying. It's like if you define an interpreter as an engine, then yes. I wouldn't define it as a game engine for sure. Game engine is kind of a more specific term. Is it a interpreter engine? Yes. It is an interpreter engine, sure. Just like my stomach is an engine for my body. Or possibly my processor is an engine for my computer. That's what I was saying. It's like, yeah, I know. It's because I was harping on Needle Mouse earlier about saying the mono game was a game engine, but it's not. It's a game framework, not an engine. You need to build up more stuff. Definitions, you can extrapolate any meaning for anything, so there's no hard lines even if we think. Well, it depends on what your tolerance for abstraction is, right? What your tolerance for abstraction is. So everyone has their own tolerances, but there are a few well-defined ones that we don't really mess with. Thinking is overrated. Oh yeah. Who needs to think? Thinking's for nerds. That's why I let politicians think for me. DAE politics. Anyways, check this out, Gareth. We I don't know why this took me so long to do, but we have it. We have Pokemon style movements. Currently building into interactions and also just the battle system at some point. The game idea is, what if Final Fantasy, but I guess it's like fourth wall breaking, so you are deleted from the game essentially. So you still exist, but no one remembers who you are after they finish speaking to you. Yeah, actually, Gareth, your name came up today in Alabama. You are famous, more or less. People were asking where you were. Very sad times. So well-defined ones are also very badly defined. Well, I think that's debatable. Also made a great what is a mountain? Yeah. Well, it's because it's like what do you want to define it as, right? If you ask a lot of people, it's like it goes back to the is it the parable of the people in the cave, or parable of the cave, where your experiences or your definitions for things are based off of your observations of what you have seen, right? So or is it the fable of the cave? Parable of the cave? What is it called? Oh, it took 3 months to realize I was gone. Yeah. Don't worry, I knew you were gone. If only because you told me. It's okay, you only got trash talk a little bit. It's the parable of the cave? Or allegory, the allegory of the cave. The allegory of the cave. Yeah, so the allegory of the cave refers to how if you were to live in a cave, chained up in a cave with a fire behind you for your entire life up until that point, so you only could see the shadows on the walls, no one else, but you could hear people walking around, behind you, but you could only see their shadows on the walls, then that basically becomes your reality, right? So if you were to be saved from the cave and brought outside, you would come to reject that because that's not what you have defined as being real, right? And that kind of goes back to how you define certain things. That's kind of a stretch, actually. That's allegory of the cave is more defining what you define as or what you see as your reality. But you kind of you get what you're saying with that, right? It's your shared experience that helps define what things mean. You only deny if you're a psychotic. No, well, I don't think you would deny the outside world, right? If you grew up chained up in the cave, so you only knew about the shadows on the walls. The thinking is that once you would be brought outside the cave, that's not your reality anymore, so you would reject it. So it's because for your entire life, right, you only knew the shadows, which is sounds edgy AF, but it's one of those, if your entire reality was changed, right? If you could suddenly see into the fourth dimension, would you be able to accept that or no? I don't know. Maybe, maybe not. Got an error for some stuff on Haxoflex's tools and now it's working again. Oh baby, that's programming. Things are working and now they're not. That's programming, baby. Tile Raycast. Would you reject the cave or the outdoors? Would you accept what you see normally? Well, I don't know. It's hard to say, right? It's like if you were to suddenly see shadows start moving on their own, would you accept that as being real, or would you think that you're inside a dream? Right? Or if you saw someone just phasing through reality because they're stepping through the fourth dimension or fifth dimension, would you accept that or just be like, that was weird? I must have been daydreaming, right? It's hard to say. But that's what the allegory of the cave is supposed to try to explain, is that if that's all you knew, right? We only know 3 dimensions. Plus, I guess, the inherent 4th dimension, which is time. But if you were to actually be able to see the 4th dimension, or like see into the 5th dimension even, how would you be able to interpret it? You probably would not, because you've never experienced it before, I guess, directly. Do you know it exists? Yeah. Have you ever seen it with your eyes? Maybe. Common logic would tell you to say that it's not real, but I don't know. Is colliding. So if is colliding, then we'll want to do a thing. For a moment, you would think it isn't real, I suppose. I think for a while, you would think that you're just having like a sleep paralysis thing, right? You know, I've experienced sleep paralysis for the first time, like a few days ago. And let me tell you, it was like scary. that was pretty scary. Or I guess it's not the first time I experienced sleep paralysis, but it's the first time I experienced sleep paralysis as like a grown adult. Like it used to be, I would like experience sleep paralysis of like I would dream that I'm like suffocating or I'm drowning, and then I wake up and as it turns out I'm like lying on my face. So yeah, technically I was suffocating, as in I was like dying, which is why I dreamed I was suffocating. But no, like a few days ago, it was like a dream that I woke up, saw someone in my apartment, tried to reach for my baseball bat that I keep next to my bed, couldn't, and then just kind of watched them like stand over me and then walk away. And then after that, I woke up and just like freaked out. I was like, after I woke up, I grabbed my real baseball bat, like did a circle around my entire apartment. I was like, wait, I think I just had a sleep paralysis moment. I don't think that was real, but maybe it was. You see, Sharp, I wasn't getting it all. Yeah, well, Hacks is meant for game development, right? So I guess that's one of the pluses. So, let's see, we'll have some sort of function. It'll be a private void. Won't do anything right now, so this is just test function, test method technically, since functions, there's a difference between functions and methods. Methods are attached to a class, where functions are just kind of free floating. Yeah, but anyways, yeah, that's my sleep paralysis moment. Don't want to go through that again. Yeah. I think it's happened before where I did have to grab my baseball bat because I just had like in the middle of the night, like at 2 a.m. someone was just banging on my door and I was like, what the heck is that? Someone about to break in. No, it turns out it was just a drunk person just slamming on the door. I was standing there with just a baseball bat though. I was like, prepare your kneecaps. I'm ready. So if tile raycast is colliding, and then if, well, then we can get the collider, right? So collider is equal to tile raycast get collider. Hey, what does this give me? Returns the first object that the ray intersects or null if no object is intersecting. Oh, actually, this will just return null. What does this give me then? What is this? Just a Godot object. Oh, that's fantastic. Ooh. Did you kill that last boss on Nightmare Yeast? Which one? Was it Yeast 1? If so, got good news for you. I did. The one with the bats? Oh, you know what? That was only the mid boss. But actually, when I started playing that game again on like another stream, beat it in like 30 minutes. It turns out I just got super tilted on that boss. So all I had to do is recenter myself, untilt, beat it in only 30 minutes because it's still a lot of RNG, which is that wasn't an no, that was only like the fourth out of like 10 bosses. All the other bosses though, not so bad. All the other bosses, not so bad. My Halloween, there were some gunshots outside and I couldn't sleep for a bit. I'm used to that. I'm used to that. Very, very used to the gunshots after going to university and just living in a bad part of town. There were a few times like, I was like, are those let's play, is it fireworks or gunshots? Pretty sure these are gunshots. Yeah, no, the rest of the bosses in that game aren't too bad. You just need to... The bat boss was probably the most unfair boss in that game. Yeah. Probably the most unfair. The final boss is also pretty rough. But, you know, the VODs for that are still up if you want to find them. It's the second playing of Yeast 1. Yeast 1, very short game. Yeast 2, much longer game. So let's see. We'll cast the Collider too. So if the Collider is not null, then we know that it exists. So we can do... It'll be overworld units. Unit is equal to Collider as overworld units. I guess we will want to do another null check, right? Yeah, I guess we will. So if unit is null. Oh, I realized I made a logical error. So if collider is null. So if unit is null, then we'll return and also print something out, hopefully. So app manager, static app manager log message, invalid unit collided, true. There we go. Yeah, might play that game again at some point. Not tomorrow, and probably not Saturday either. Not Sundays, because those are my Sundays, Tuesdays, Wednesdays, and Thursdays. I don't play games on stream. But so that leaves 3 days. It is a little sad to play video games on Fridays and Saturdays, though. You know, so it goes. I am kind of a shut-in, if we're being completely honest. Not too much into going out drinking. No one would judge you. I would judge me for it. And I always have that kind of irrational fear. It's like, what if like someone I know just knows that I'm here? Because I have my real name attached, by the way. Intentionally, right? Because this is supposed to be like a body of work. But what if someone I know is like, oh, it's Tim, and guess what he's doing? Guess how he's spending his Friday night. What a freaking nerd, dude. Alright, I've done this the wrong way. Let's stop logging so much garbage to the console. They're watching people play games. Yeah. On one hand, yeah, but then they'd be like, oh, we found Tim's account and we see that he's playing games on like a Friday night, late at night, when people would usually be going out getting blasted. I know it's irrational, but I'm like, I'm probably being judged for this, aren't I? I mean, I probably am being judged anyways by the fact that I'm using an anime avatar. And also, check this out. Have I shown you this, Gareth? Ooh. The fun face is not actually all that fun. It's more of the other kind of fun, which is kind of weird. My favorite. All right, invalid unit collided. Oh, that's interesting. Cool. Oh, Thank you, thank you. I worked hard on it. Worked hard on it. Finally, also, you're just getting random other people able to run the software or like use it. It does seem a lot of people who want to use this. Of course, it does make sense, right? If you're not able to run VCFace, which is the preeminent VTubing thing, works on a lot of stuff, but it's Windows only. You can try to make it work on Linux, but it doesn't really work all that well. If you can't make VCFace work, then you'll probably be using my software, because my thing does work natively on Linux. So, unfortunately, I don't do Linux development all that often, or I don't develop explicitly for Linux. All right, so this isn't working. So these are the collision boxes, by the way, or they're not really the collision boxes. The collision notifiers for the little arrow that you can see sticking out. So that's the Raycast. So invalid unit collided. Yeah, I mean, a few weeks ago, I went to an actual party for the first time in a while. Felt super out of place. I was like, man. Like, as soon as I walked in, they're like, it's Tim! Shots! And I was like, oh god, I don't want to take any shots, dude. Please. But then, got peer pressured into taking like 4 shots at the same time. So that was fun. Luckily, there was only 1 vodka shot and the rest were just soju, but still. It was, my liver. I can feel it. I remember. I can feel it coming on. I want to smoke a cigarette at this point. No. Collider. Oh, this is the collider. Ah. This is the collider. Wait, no, that's not. Hold on. That's not right. I'm actually getting stuff done on my own. Oh, baby. You're getting the... It's the thing. It's the whatchamacallit. It's the programmer's high. When you actually start feeling productive, it's like, ooh, feels pretty good. Feels pretty good. Partied too much in my early 20s to care anymore. Yeah, well, I don't know. I just feel kind of awkward whenever I party. It's not really my kind of scene. Not really my kind of scene. So collider's not null. How do I get the type of this? I guess I can just do this. We'll set a breakpoint and then see what happens. Yeah, I partied too much in my early 20s, late teens. Smoked too many cigarettes. I just decided, it's not really my thing anymore. I feel like whenever I drink heavily, I'm also like, oh, man, I really want to... Give me a Marlboro Red. Really just like, let me tar up my lungs. But instead, I, sat down and smoked hookah for like an hour and then left. I don't know. I don't really like talking to people I don't know. I'm not really into that. I can do it if you pay me. I think if you pay me, I'm pretty good at it. If I do say so myself. Alright, breakpoint. What is this? Unit. What is the collider? Oh, the collider's in area 2D. Ah. Collider's in area 2D. Okay. And then I'll need to do... Okay, I see. So we'll have to do like a raw get parents, I think. Gigs are the only things I got to anymore. Gigs? Are you talking about like a show? I like going to shows, but I don't really like going to, I guess, like EDM shows. I feel like I only have fun at like those kind of shows if I'm, if you're rolling or something. Well, a few things ago. Yeah, concert, I suppose, music stuff. Yeah, music stuff. I like music stuff, but I don't really. I don't know. Like I went to a music festival a while ago, before the pandemic, and I thought that was pretty sick. Like, would I go out to go see the Red Hot Chili Peppers again? Yes. Red Hot Chili Peppers, pretty sick. Oh, I don't have get parents, right? So this is just the area 2D. Area 2D. So this is the area. RA. Area 2D. Area 2D. If area is null, invalid area collided. Well, no. Invalid object collided. Then we can do. Yeah. I still like going out to like orchestral concerts. I think I've kind of given in to my inner nerd. I like not having my eardrums blown out. I also like not having tinnitus. I know that a lot of my friends from school have tinnitus. Gigs and shows is definitely something I regret. Being in England, I can get to any concert location easily. Must be nice. Must be nice. Yeah, I do like the UK rail system was pretty nice when I was there. Even though I really only used the line from Heathrow to London, use that one, and then just use the London Tube. Is it called the Tube? I forget. Also, what is your opinion on White Castle? That White Castle area, because that's where I stayed when I was in London. Isn't the Tube or the London Underground? I like that area. Okay, that's good. I feel like when I told other people that like that's where my hotel was, they're like, "Oh, you stayed in like the White Castle area? Did you get mugged?" And I was like, "What? Was I supposed to get mugged?" Or maybe it's not White Castle. What's let me see. What's the London Tube? London Tube map. I can figure out where I stayed. I remember because it was really confusing. So there was the Circle line, but I didn't stay on Circle. Elephant and Castle? Maybe. Let me see. Is this the full map? This is not the full map. The Verge. Where's the full Tube map? Oh, jeez. Hold on. I can find it. I liked being in London, but I don't really remember too much about it. Alright. So my office was in the Green Line. Oh, no, yeah. No, I stayed in Whitechapel. I was in Whitechapel. So how bad is Whitechapel? Not bad? Alright, that's good. Yeah, this isn't like Circle is like this one here. Yellow is Circle. And then let's see. Where did I work? No, was I in Whitechapel? That doesn't make sense. Wasn't I over here? That doesn't make sense. Cause I got off the station at Monument. I remember that 100%. That's like the nice. That's a nice station. I remember I got lost somewhere up here. I switched the wrong train and I just got super lost somewhere up here. Talked to some police officers, or what are they called in the UK? They're not police officers. They're like, yeah, do you just want us to like to drive you back? And I was like, that'd be great. I don't know where I am. Maybe I wasn't in Whitechapel. What was it called? It was not Paddington. I do remember stopping at Paddington before though. I don't have my receipts anymore. These don't look familiar. These don't look familiar. Bobbies? Are they called Bobbies? Yeah, well anyways, Bobbies, the police, whatever the guys wearing the high-vis vest with the checkers or whatever, drove me back. That was pretty sick. I was also like very drunk at the time. So that's probably why oh geez, it's just the American. Just drive him back so we make sure he doesn't cause any trouble. Where did I stay? Yeah, the only experience I have with American police is bad. been accosted by police many times. Have I told this story before? Like, there was one time in school where we were just driving, you know, downtown. And admittedly, I think the driver was a little drunk. Yeah, I guess I studied in Whitechapel, huh? I don't know. That doesn't seem right. That doesn't seem right. Yeah, but you know, our driver might have been a little drunk, to be honest. I didn't make many great choices when I was in school, and that was one of them. But what happened after that was he was like, you know, the police was like, wind down your window. The driver was from China, but his English is pretty good because he was able to speak without an accent. But in this one case, he was like turned up his accent to like a 9 or a 10. You know, like, sorry, can I help you, officer? And officer just like, I don't have time for I don't have time for this. Just go. And this dude was like super red. I was like, we are all about to get busted. Because we also have some people who may or may not be of age in the car. Yeah. So anyways, that's my story of like the police just letting us drive downtown with a drunk driver. So that was not great. But they did let us go. They only want the easy marks. Even though it would have been really easy to book this guy. He was a foreign student. Which I believe is a bit harder to book, but I don't know. Yeah, good times in London. Good times. Didn't go anywhere else though. We went to Barcelona on the weekend. Very cheap flight. So this is an overworld units. So we'll try to cast the area as an overworld unit, and then we'll do another null check. Hey, what is your problem? Cannot convert type area 2D to reference conversion. Oh, that's tough. Oh no, it's get area, get parents. Get parents. Yeah, so if unit is null, then we'll handle that. App manager, static reference to it, log message. Anywhere in Europe is super cheap even now, yeah. It's one of the nice things I liked about being in Europe. Invalid unit collided. Most places in Spain for like 30 pounds. So 30 pounds is roughly 40 US, I think. Or has that gone down because of Brexit? I haven't really paid attention. Haven't really heard too much about it ever since like the entire Brexit thing happened. I feel like they kind of got lost in the noise along with the entire pandemic stuff. 30 pounds is like 40 USD. Oh baby, look at that. Just off the cuff. I truly do work for a bank. Encyclopedic knowledge of just exchange rates, even though that's absolutely not what I work with. We can pretend. All right, so these are the collision boxes. We're able to talk to you. Should also make it possible for you to turn around, even if you're not able to move. So player overworld unit, oh baby. Actually, wait a minute. No, it's colliding with itself. What? Don't collide with yourself, what? Exclude parents. Oh, okay. So I feel like I should probably turn the overworld unit into an area 2D as opposed to having a separate area, I suppose. So let's do this really quickly. So I wonder, this might break a lot of stuff, so let's save really quick. So it's colliding with itself. I know why. It makes sense. I really should not be doing it that way. The pound is at a 5-year high when compared to the dollar. Really? GBP to USD. Let's do the. So the exchange rate. Well, I guess GBP buying power, buying rate. Book my forex. What's the thing? I know there's a way to do it. Is it at a high though? It's 6, it's 1.38. Oh baby. Congratulations. The British Empire lives again, etc., etc. Implement overworld interaction. So we'll push that. This code is not free and open source, but it will be. Also, Gareth, have you played... Were you around when I was doing the Ludum Dare stuff? Have you played my Ludum Dare game? Look at this. One of these. Also, there's a bot. The Ludum Dare game was pretty fun. If you're wearing headphones, I guess there's a headphone warning. It might blow out your eardrums. Last time I opened it, I got killed by... Oh, okay. Yeah, that hasn't changed. It's still about the same. I do want to rewrite it at some point, but not today. So overworld unit, this changed. Okay, cool. So when we go to overworld units, I do need to, or tile area. What do I don't use tile area for anything. So that's okay. We just get rid of the tile area. Change this to be an area 2D. I'm just trying to, I'm sorry. If you are, if you're a headphone user, volume warning. Even though I wore headphones when I was doing the mixing, and it wasn't that loud to me. And I know that my hearing is not garbage. My hearing is still pretty good. All right, so that's not working. Is it because it's not extending out far enough? So if I go to tile Raycast, move this out to 16, just make it like really far out. Yeah, so like I think my headphones are set at, well, my volume is set at 50, right? But then I have an external audio box that's set to about 40. So that's 25, probably about 20. So it's about that loud. It's not, so it shouldn't be too bad. Shouldn't be too bad. I think I did mess with it though. That's fine. Huh. So not able to raycast properly. Is that 44 and I couldn't hear you over? Yeah, I don't know. I need to figure out the entire, like, the whatever and whatnots. How to mix things properly. There's something weird that's going on with my mixing, but I don't know. All right. Yeah, so there's really only one tile layer, right? Yeah. Okay, invalid unit collided. That's unlikely. Actually, is that... if I change this back to 8, will it work? I'm curious. I don't usually use raycasts. I feel that I'm above raycasting. Okay, so this is how that works. Okay. Oh, by the way, who mentioned me on Ava? It was Rev Havoc. He is back from basic training. He said he had fun, so I don't know. Maybe he's like a psychopath or something. I feel like most people don't have fun at basic training. US Army basic training. But he's back. Yeah. He has me on WhatsApp, really? He knew I quit? Alright. Very nice, very nice. Invalid unit collided. Oh, it's because of this. So we can do overworld unit. So we can just do one of these, overworld unit. take out all of this, rename area to units, and now I think we should be good. Unit, run that. I had him on WhatsApp before he went on murderer training. I don't know. I mean, they do pay you, or I guess the benefits are pretty good for being a murderer, I guess. You know, job training, and look at that. It works. Huzzah. So now we're able to spin up dialogue. That'll probably be the next thing I do, or maybe like combat. I have combat in mind, but I'm not sure how I want to do it. Or I'm not sure how I want to implement it. I know how I want the combat to look. The benefits are great. Yeah, you get to experience the joy of murdering your fellow man. That's pretty good. You get fed, room and board, possibly traumatic, post-traumatic stress disorder. That's also a pretty good one. You know, GI Bill, also pretty good. Get a good pension still, I bet. I'm not sure. So in the US, they're running out of a lot of the big pension funds. Something that is actually happening to a lot of westernized countries as well, right? Because I think people don't realize that, you know, they're cutting back on a lot of the social welfare programs in most of the modern world. And, you know, social welfare comes from people paying into it, so the younger generation paying into it. But the younger generation, you know, is a lot smaller than the older generation. And it used to not really be that case. It used to kind of even out. But now they're running out of money to fund it. Because people are also living longer, which is bad. What do you mean running out? People aren't investing in them anymore? Well, no, it's because, you know, if you want to support, you know, everyone who is living longer and all that, you need to keep paying into it. And so people are trying to get, you know, in your life, try to get out of paying into your pension. Lots of people try to do that, at least in the US. Or you try to draw from at least in the US, it's called Social Security. Not too many jobs have pension anymore. I guess the military has pension, I suppose. Social Security, at least in the US, is running out. Because the US government borrows from the Social Security Fund. Right, that pensions are different there, yeah. I always gotta remember, it's different. But social welfare nets are across the board, at least when I was still in school, we were taught that across the board. So like in places like Japan, and the UK, social welfare nets are kind of stretched. But hard to say. I added the entire insurance game for a long while. A government pension year where the company you work for is forced to take money from your wages and add them to your pension? Technically, yeah. That's called Social Security in the US. Oh no. I need to fix my bot, by the way. My Twitch bot is kind of broken. Yeah, that's called Social Security in the US, but it's not quite the same thing. I guess there used to be a pension as well in the US where the company would set that up for you, but now it's just like government mandated pension, aka Social Security. But it works in almost the same way. Except one, the government is allowed to dip into your pension, and the other, the company is not allowed to dip into your pension. So, or company's not usually allowed to dip into pension, but the government is allowed to dip into Social Security. So they're not quite the same. But anyways, thanks for tuning in. I will be live. When will I be live? What day is today? Today's Thursday for me? Yeah. I'll be live for sure on Sunday from 7 to 10 p.m. Eastern time, working on this, the GitHub game off. Submissions are due December 1st. Hooray. So that should be pretty fun. I'll be working on this all month, and then on just other pieces of software as I see fit. So I'll drop a link to all this stuff. If you haven't given the channel a follow already, I highly encourage you to do so. Have stuck to my schedule for like at least half a year. Don't plan on really missing any days. Really only do game dev on Sunday, Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday. Pretty consistently. There's a Discord. This piece of software open source. This piece of software here, which looks like stream avatars but isn't, is also open source. So guess who found new issues? No, new issues. What's the new issue? Now I'm angry. Hello, Ren. Yeah, I'm about to shut down the stream, but thanks for popping in anyways. The head tracker is stuck on off. What do you mean? So when do you like turn it off? I guess I'm a little confused. So I guess I'll have to read your bug report later, but I do need to send it. Let's find someone who's doing Godot. Let's find someone who's doing Godot. Godot engine. So there's Jitspo. Jitspo is always pretty good. Let's see, there's... Let's send it to Arrow. Send it to Arrow. The model post switch for tracking is set to off and I can't click it. It's grayed out. Oh, you mean like the head, right? Yeah, that's not a bug. That's actually intentional. Did you want to be able to change that? Because it's mapped exactly to your head. If I want to make it posable, that'll be somewhat complicated. Because then I'll need to maintain an offset for this as well. Model, yeah. Are you talking about this one right here? So that your head bone is always grayed out because your head is mapped directly to your head movements. Something else is making the tracking do nothing. Is it possibly the tracker address that you're starting it on? So you need to turn off should launch tracker, and then that should just work, right? It'll work how it used to work, where you need to start your tracker. It did specify one for VTS. What's VTS? Virtual VTuber Studio. Yes. I don't know. It works how it used to work basically, right? So your tracker address, your tracker port need to match up. However, yeah, VTube Studio. Anyways, I'm about to send you. Thanks for tuning in. I will be live on Sunday from 7 to 10 p.m. Eastern Time. Get the channel, follow you haven't already. Join the Discord. Discord is here. I wrote pretty much all the software you see on screen. I think the port has changed for me. Well, that might be it. That might be it. Anyways, actually, I have not even started the raid yet. But we're going to be raiding Arrow Axe. He does Godot. He's working on some sort of procedurally generated tower defense game, so that's pretty neat. So yeah, thanks for tuning in. I will see you later. Goodbye.